Chapter 31, The Revelations Before the Departure. Chapter 31, The Revelations Before the Departure. The next evening, Satis paid a visit to the village mayor. As for Sito, Yoda invited him over. He wanted to have a chat with the boy. Man to man, he said, as she noted to herself that she would have to ask him for details about it later. Satis had a conversation with the village mayor, Scarlet, in the reception room, regarding that young girl who came here in the middle of the night. She's currently receiving medical treatment from a mage of our village. Luckily, her life is not in danger. Her injuries are severe, but she's surprisingly tough. Scarlet. We sincerely apologize for the trouble we've caused you. We can't stay in your village any longer, Satis. The tea she was offered had already cooled down. The flat surface of the water reflected Satis' gloomy expression. Scarlet smiled and comforted her amidst the heavy atmosphere. She sat next to her and patted her on the back. Don't be so downhearted. Strange things happen all the time in this village. Even that last one was, Scarlet. That's not it, Mayor. Actually, that girl is in fact a member of the Heroes Party. Satis spoke up. Even if she kept quiet about it here, as long as Hydra was around, the villagers would find out eventually. She came here to bring Sito back to their group. I suppose their situation changed after they kicked him out. But I never thought one of them would come to bring him back so soon. Satis put her hands on her temples and tried to put up with the pain of her anguish. Her head felt heavy, as if she had a headache. And you, on the other hand, and not a human. You're probably a demon who used to be their enemy, yes? Scarlet. Satis. You don't have to worry. I knew from the moment the two of you arrived here that you had your own circumstances. I've been the mayor of this village for so long that I can feel at first glance what sort of people they are, Scarlet. At that moment, Scarlet spoke softly, like an academic teacher checking the answers of her student. There was no hint of contempt or anger in her intonation or in the color of her eyes. She approached Satis with a certain aura that felt like being enveloped in a gentle sunshine. Satis was bewildered by that behavior. After readjusting her glasses, which almost slipped off, she turned to face Scarlet. How did she know that Satis was a demon, and why did she allow her to stay in this village? How? Satis. The man I loved was also a demon, Scarlet. Satis. He and I met on the battlefield, and we hated each other. Then one day, as we were fighting each other, our respective helmets came off at the same time. Can you believe it? That was the first time we saw each other's faces. We both froze in the middle of the war, and fell in love at first sight. And even now, I still consider our encounter to be a miracle. Scarlet. Not only was she acquainted with a demon, but she was also in love with him. Since then, they faced their own complications, leading up to the present day. A few years prior, the demon who was her husband died of illness. It appeared that even a demon with a strong body could not win against disease. That's why I was secretly amazed when you two first arrived here. A human child and a demon woman, seemingly tired of life. I was convinced that this was some sort of fate. Scarlet. So then, you didn't think of us as enemies? But I used to be with the Demon King's army. Satis. Friend or foe? Who knows? I know I wouldn't. Scarlet. That's so haphazard. Satis. Foo. I'm sorry. But if you ever find yourselves in trouble, everyone in the village will lend you a hand. Besides, I'm not the only one who had an inkling about you two, you know? Scarlet. What do you mean by that? Was there someone else who knew about us? Satis. Cold tea rippled for a second. Her teacup, still on the saucer, was glistening brightly in the candlelight, as if to represent her current state of mind. Sensing this, Scarlet sipped her tea, and spoke softly. The whole village did, Scarlet. When she heard those words, Satis subconsciously covered her mouth. Not only had they all been vaguely aware of the duo's circumstances, but they had even allowed them to stay in their village. Satis could hardly believe it. But Scarlet told her the truth as it was. Didn't I tell you? We're a village of eccentrics. Some of us are heroes, Some others are sages, and they're extraordinarily observant. Everyone here came to this village for their own reasons. A harbor for poor souls who feel more lonely than others. That's what Benjamin Village is. Even Yoda-san recognized both you and Sito-kun. But he told me not to worry. In fact, he even became friends with Sito-kun. Scarlet, I can't believe it. Why did you accept us like that? Satis was incredulous about this village having some sort of magic of miracles. But unbeknownst to the duo, all of the villagers had been watching over them. Tears began to spill from her eyes. Satis was greatly ashamed of herself for looking down on humans until now. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and she could not stop sobbing. Connecting with humans and receiving their warmth filled her broken heart. It's okay to cry now. Or rather, you should cry. Don't worry. I know the two of you will be fine from now on. Even a klutz like me has made it this far, after all. But make sure you smile when you're in front of that boy, Scarlet. I will. Satis told Scarlet what she and Sito had discussed about how they would leave the village tomorrow and go on another trip, and how she wanted to show Sito more of the world. I see. That's too bad. But if you've made up your mind, then so be it. Scarlet, I'm truly sorry about this, Satis. It's all right. Be sure to enjoy yourselves. And I'll leave your house as it is instead of tearing it down. That way, you'll be able to come back whenever you want. Benjamin Village will always welcome you, Scarlet. Thank you so much, Satis. Oh, I know. We should hold a party with all the other villagers tonight. Yes, that would be great, Scarlet. We can't accept. Satis, it's fine. Going wild every now and then can be good. The villagers never say no to that, Scarlet. Thus, a farewell party was organized for the duo. The villagers were far more lively than usual at night, and everyone wished them a safe trip. In the midst of all this, Hydra, who regained consciousness, was staring blankly into the void in the room prepared for her, listening to the buzzing of the crowd. Chapter 32, Leaving the Village on a Long, Quiet Road. Chapter 32, Leaving the Village on a Long, Quiet Road. The duo left the village early in the morning. As Gender mentioned, the national borders had been reopened, making it possible to go in and out of the country. Meat jerky, smoked food. We got all sorts of provisions from Ryodu, but is there enough space for you to store it with your spatial magic? Sito. Yes, no problem there. But I have to say, this is a generous amount. Satis. Yeah. He said it was to thank me for helping him with work and for listening to him. Though I never thought he'd even give me money, Sito. With this, we won't have to worry about food and travel expenses for the time being. So, what did you talk about with Yoda-san? Satis. Well, we just talked about the old days. He asked me not to tell too many people about it, though, Sito. The two of them walked down the long, quiet and seemingly endless road while making small talk, just like before their arrival in the village. Fortunately, they ran into a horse-drawn carriage parked along the road. They did not expect to see anyone yet since the national borders had just been reopened, but merchants were quick to work. They talked to the coachman and his companions, and asked them for a ride to the next city. Thank you very much. It seemed to be a long way to the next city, so we thought. Satis. Ha ha ha. Of course, the war with the monsters is finally dying down, so it's gotten a bit easier to go around. Coachman. How far is the next city? Sito. Let's see. Well, if we keep up this pace, we should arrive by tomorrow morning. Do you folks have your own food? If not, we can share with you. Coachman. No, it's all right. She's carrying ours in a pocket dimension. Sito. Oh, that means you're a mage, then. Must be nice to be one. I assume you can store and carry everything in there, Coachman. Well, not exactly everything, but, well, it's good for transporting food and other such necessities. Satis. They chatted with the coachman and the people accompanying him. They were warm-hearted people, and they shared the story of their journey up to this point. Like one time when they were suddenly attacked by monsters, or another when they apparently ran out of food and went into a panic. Despite it all, they overcame their hardships by working together, and made it all the way down those mountains and to the vast grasslands. Have you been to the public bathhouses of Clay Shut? Their hot baths are the best there is. Passenger A: We have. I've gotten really fond of their baths myself. I would have loved to bathe there every day, but that would be Satis: Ha ha ha. Must be quite the luxury. Sounds nice. I'd love to live that kinda life at least once. Passenger A: They knew many things. They had a vast amount of knowledge and experience, and from Sito's point of view, superior travelers. Perhaps he could learn many things by listening to their stories. With that in mind, he tried to come up with a topic to bring up. Ah, right. There's something I've been curious about. That stuff Yodu told me. Apparently, the hero's party that was dispatched to defeat the Demon King has gone missing. Yodu. The disappearance of the hero's party. Not counting Hydra, it should be a group of 3. Having traveled a lot, the merchants may have some information about them. Normally, he would not be concerned with that, but due to Hydra's arrival, this matter somewhat piqued his interest. Say, I have a question, Sito. What is it? Passenger A. The coachman's young companion turned to Sito. During our stay at a village, I heard some strange news about the hero's party that was sent out to defeat the Demon King going missing. Sito. The hero's party? Oh yeah, that topic. It's a pretty famous one among travelers. Passenger A. You're right. I was shocked when I heard about it too. I wonder if something happened to the hero. Passenger B. I hope they're all right. Passenger C. He did not hear any more news from them. However, the questions kept piling up. That stuff Hydra said about how the party made her promise to be their slave, and that ghastly expression on her face. Just what the hell happened between them? And then, there's this mysterious existence that attacks passing peddlers, and appeared around the same time the party was reported missing. It makes me curious. Sito. While Sito was lost in his thoughts, Satis, who was sitting next to him, quietly tugged at the hem of his clothes. When he turned his eyes on her, she gave him a pained look and shook her head. Apparently, she did not want him to think about the hero's party. And she did not want to remember that last incident with Hydra either. Out of consideration for her feelings, he decided to drop the subject. I find myself connected to them again because of Hydra's arrival. Yeah, better forget about it. Sito. He changed his mind, and asked them about the delicious meals they had had, like what sort of dishes they had eaten, and how tasty they were. Eating all the tasty food he wanted. This was one of Sito's joys on this journey. The people in the carriage laughed as they answered his questions. Satis watched it all with a smile. Hearing the names of the dishes and how they tasted gave Sito an appetite. Seeing as it was getting close to noon, they stopped the carriage and had lunch. The food of the people in the carriage was similar to the duo's. They had smoked fish, pickles, cheese, etc. Everyone sat in a circle and enjoyed their simple meals. The pair also shared their own food with the others, and enjoyed whatever they had never eaten before to the fullest. These pickles, they're yummy, Satis. This cheese munch is tasty too. Might be even better nom if you eat it with bread. Sito. Come on. Stop talking while eating, it's bad manners, Satis. Ha ha ha. It's all right. I'm just glad you like the food so much, coachman. As they laughed and chatted in a heartwarming atmosphere and over their meals, Sito noticed someone walking towards them. A character wrapped in a yellow robe, carrying birds and other small animals on his shoulders and head, making a dragging sound as he advanced in the direction of Sito and the others. Is that Sito? He looked familiar to him. Rather than saying that his hood was obscuring his face, it looked more like there was nothing but an endless shadow inside the hood, and the yellow robe seemed to be fluttering and undulating like a living being rather than a regular piece of cloth. No way. The Wendigo? Why now of all times? Sito. The Wendigo of death. Ahas Patel. Sito instantly grabbed his knife, wondering if he had been chasing after him and Satis. However, he did not sense any hostility of murderous intent from him. In fact, it looked like he really just wanted to walk the same road with the animals that adored him, and nothing more. As they passed each other, he seemingly threw a glance at Sito for a second, but then, he resumed his stroll. He's just walking away? But wait, what did he come here for to begin with? Sito, is there something wrong? Satis' voice brought him back to his senses. The carriage's other passengers were already getting ready to leave. It appeared that no one but Sito could see him. Both Arhad Patel and the animals who liked him were gone before he knew it. Even his peculiar footprints had already vanished. "You've been spacing out for a while. Maybe you're feeling tired?" Satis. Number. "I'm fine, Sito." He decided not to mention this to Satis. He was shocked by the sudden appearance of Ahaz Patel, but it did not seem to be anything worth panicking over. But why was he heading in the same direction as us? "What's this, Sito?" Sito was holding a letter in his right hand. This envelope he had never seen before was closed with a wax seal with an unknown symbol drawn on it. "A letter? Since when do I have that in my hand? Did it come from him? And wait, Wendigos actually write letters?" Sito. Come on, let's go. Satis. Yeah, I'm coming, Sito. Sito put the mysterious letter in his pocket and boarded the carriage. The carriage rocked along the road as it kept stretching on. Chapter 33. We were thrilled to make our way to the city of Alain Donna. Chapter 33. We were thrilled to make our way to the city of Alain Donna. That night, Sito volunteered to keep watch. Perhaps it was because of the healthy life he had been leading as of late, but his first overnight watch in a while was impeded by moments of drowsiness. Satis suggested that we take turns, but "I'd rather be alone right now, Sito." Everybody was sleeping peacefully in the meadow beside the road. Leaning against a tree, Sito lost himself in his thoughts while gazing at the nightscape. "Come to think of it, that letter I got from Ahaz Patel this afternoon. I wonder what's written in it." Sito, suddenly remembering the events of this afternoon, he almost reached into the pocket where he had put the letter. However, a voice coming from behind stopped him in his tracks. "Sito, would you like some tea?" Satis. "I thought you were sleeping, Sito." "I had trouble falling asleep, so I decided to stay up until I could." Satis. "I see. There's no helping it then, if you can't fall asleep, Sito." He put the letter aside for the time being so he could read it again during daytime. For now, he decided to enjoy a cup of warm tea with Satis sitting next to him. He was not knowledgeable about which type of tea leaves gave which flavor, or any other know-how, but he could feel that it helped him relax naturally. Feeling relieved that the scenery before him remained unchanged even at night, Sito talked to Satis about tomorrow. "What's the next city like?" Sito. "Well, I'd say it's smaller than the city of Clayshut, but the public order there isn't as bad. I believe it's called Alain Donna." Satis. "The city of Alain Donna, otherwise known as the Adventurer's Kitchen." There were a great number of stores selling gear such as weapons and armor, and most of all, the blacksmiths there were the cream of the crop. Although they were all a bit pricey, it seemed that just as many martial arts masters went there looking for those high-quality articles. "Nevertheless, we'll be close to the sea, so we'll be treated to an even better landscape." Satis. The sea, which means we'll get to eat that food, right? Sito. "What food?" Satis. "Something I heard rumors about, although, when I first heard people talk about it, I was questioning their sanity." Sito. "The name of that food was sushi." It was a dish from a foreign country, but due to how delicious and rare it was, all sorts of restaurants had started putting it on their menus. It's an incomprehensible dish where raw fish is served on top of something they call shari. I can't even imagine what it's like. Sito. T/N. Shari is the name of sushi rice seasoned with vinegar. Yes, sushi. Now that you mention it, I've never tried it before either. But I have no idea if we're going to find a restaurant that serves it in Alain Donna. Satis. "If we don't know, we can always ask." "It's close to the sea, so I'm sure we'll find one." Sito. "It's not exactly a port town, but well, let's just hope there'll be one." Satis. The city had a large distribution of seafood from the port, so there was a large variety of fish-related dishes. Having only ever eaten river fish, Sito was impatient to have a taste of sea fish. Grilling and drying were the only ways to cook fish that he knew, so he was eager to try a fish dish cooked by a professional, and since they earned a considerable amount of money in Benjamin Village, they might be able to stay there for a while. The sea, I wonder what kind of delicious food we'll get to eat there. Sito. With these thoughts in mind, they both waited for dawn to break. In the end, Satis decided to stay awake with Sito, and remain next to him all night long. Time passed, and dawn came. The carriage passengers began to wake up and prepare for the departure. If they proceeded at the usual pace from this time on, they would reach the city before noon. We're finally at the end of the trip. I hope we get to eat sushi. Sito. The sea. I think there should be a beach nearby. Fishing there might be a good activity. Tilda. What else could we do? Satis. They had a peaceful time thinking about different things in the rocking carriage. Sito fell asleep along the way. He lied down skillfully in spite of the lack of space, with Satis giving him a lap pillow. We're really sorry for taking up so much space, even though it's so cramped. Satis. It's fine, don't sweat it. For a kid, he's seriously tough. Why not rest as well, miss? Passenger A. No, thanks. I'll be fine. Satis. Satis replied politely and kept stroking Sito's hair as he wheezed lightly in his sleep. The journey to Alain Dono went without much trouble. Satis wondered what to do next once they had found lodgings. Considering Sito's hunger, she thought about having a meal first. Rather than sushi, I would prefer a soul munir instead. Satis. As she pondered that question, Satis started feeling hungry as well. I know. We'll have plenty of time ahead of us, so we could tour the city and enjoy all kinds of food. Satis. The city was almost in sight. The markets had been busy since morning, and the sound of wrought iron could be heard here and there. This city was also famous as a tourist attraction. Satis was excited by the taste of the air, which was different from that of the other places she had been to. Looks like we're almost there. Sito. Ah, you're finally awake. Take a look. This is the city of Alain Dono. Satis. This was their first city since restarting their journey from Benjamin Village, and it further tickled Sito's adventurous spirit. Chapter 34. The first meal we had when we arrived in town was sushi. Chapter 34. The first meal we had when we arrived in town was sushi. The city of Alain Dono, with countless pure white buildings lined up under the blue sky. The smoke visible between them probably came from the forges. Surely enough, they could hear the sound of hammers striking hot iron in the midst of the bustling crowd. The pair thanked the other passengers who had brought them here as they felt freshly impressed by the scenery this town offered, which was different from what they had seen so far. Afterwards, they entered an inn and rented room. Unlike the one in Clay-Shut, this one had 2 beds. Although it was a cheap room, the view they had on the city from the second floor was truly magnificent. They could feel that the gentle breeze they felt back in Clay-Shut and Benjamin Village was now coming as a sea breeze. The boy could feel the beauty of this place with his skin and eyes, and this time, he wanted to share it with Satis without reservation. Look, I can see the sea. Sito. Oh, you're right. Is this your first time seeing it, Sito? Satis. Yeah, I heard it was massive. But this is amazing. We can catch all kinds of fish there, right? Sito. Yes. It's also quite popular as a tourist spot. Did you know? The population and tourist arrivals here seem to have increased ever since the Demon King's army lost momentum. Satis. There seemed to be quite a lot to see in this prosperous city that has progressed this much along with its maritime history. It was just before noon, so they wanted to take the opportunity to eat while sightseeing. Shall we look for a place that serves sushi? Satis. Yeah. Let's walk around the city while we search for one. I'm sure we'll get to see plenty of interesting stuff. Sito. After leaving the inn, they walked along the street so as not to stray from each other. The aroma of fish, not to mention meat and vegetables, stimulated Sito's appetite. Isn't that a sushi restaurant? Sito. Ah, you're right. Wow, even the establishment itself is a replica of the ones from the country of origin. This one alone looks somewhat old-fashioned. Satis. You're right. It looks kinda plain. Sito. Compared to the other diners, yes. But on the contrary, that's what makes it stand out. Satis. Okay. Then let's go in. Oh, so this is one of those sliding doors I've heard about. Sito. The inside of the restaurant was surprisingly small. Perhaps it was due to the walls being made of cedar, but the faint scent of cedar wafted through the restaurant. It seemed to be a popular place, as there were many customers, and the tatami room was already full. Welcome, owner. The restaurant owner greeted them curtly. Then, a waitress arrived and showed them to their seats. There were exactly 2 vacant counter seats in the back of the room, so she had them sit down there. They were served hot tea, and enjoyed the atmosphere of the restaurant while grimacing at the unique taste and bitterness of the tea. What will it be? Nigiri, or perhaps, otsumami? Owner. The owner was still as unfriendly as in the beginning. They only had a vague image of what nigiri meant, but they still got the general idea. T/N, nigiru, means grabbing with your hands. Here, it refers to sushi. However, they did not quite understand what he meant by otsumami. T/N, tsumamu, means grabbing with chopsticks. Here, it refers to sashimi. Satis did not seem to have any knowledge of this either, and they both tilted their heads in confusion, but the waitress quickly followed up on this. Please excuse him, dear customers. Otsumami means otsukuri or sashimi. Simply put, it's raw fish cut into small slices to make it easier to eat. If you're tourists, then by all means, don't hesitate to try. Waitress. Oh, so fish really can be eaten raw? Then I'll have that. Sito. Me too, please. Satis. They were served white fish sashimi. It appeared that dipping it in soy sauce was the common way to eat it, but their biggest problem was how to use the utensils known as chopsticks. So we're supposed to eat using those tiny sticks. Sito. Don't seem to provide any fork here. Satis. They both struggled to grab the sashimi. Trying to eat just one slice got quite on their nerves. However, the taste was well worth the effort. The spiciness of the sauce known as soy sauce mixed together with the firm texture and robust flavor of the fish inside their mouths, and the rich aroma spread with every bite. This is tasty, Sito. Yes, I love this flavor. It's very delicious, Satis. They expressed their honest impressions to the owner. However, the latter did not show any reactions, and continued to work silently. Fufafu. Please excuse him. This is just the sort of personality the owner has. Waitress. Don't say anything uncalled for, owner. Yes. Well then, dear customers, please enjoy yourselves. If you wish to order anything else, please let us know. The owner will make them for you. Waitress. The waitress cheerfully said so and walked to another table. After finishing their sashimi, Sito and Satis decided to order sushi. It looks like they let us select what kind of sushi we want, Satis. Let's leave it to the owner. We don't know anything about sushi, after all. Sito. You're right. Excuse us, Satis. He's already cooking it, Sito. The owner had already started making sushi. While admiring the speed of his work, Sito and Satis patiently waited for it to be ready. What he served them was nigiri sushi made with a fish called great yellowtail. Under earth, the lustrously colored fillets were small chunks of rice called shari. Thank you for the food, Sito. Thank you for the food, Satis. The staff said they could eat it with their hands, so they both immediately dipped their sushi in a bit of soy sauce, and put it in their mouths. They chewed slowly and thoroughly to savor the taste of this unknown dish. The unique texture of the fish, and the vinegar flavor contained in the rice. All this, along with the spiciness of soy sauce mixing together with them in their mouths, resulted in an indescribable flavor. This is, Sito. So this is sushi, Satis. The owner silently glanced at the duo, and went back to his business with a not-so-dissatisfied look on his face. Unfortunately, Sito and Satis did not have the knowledge or the words to describe the deliciousness of sushi, so they were unable to fully express their joy. But the owner had a small smile on his face, as if to say that even if they could not put it into words, their reactions were good enough for him. Just as they were about to order something else, the restaurant was visited by some nasty customers. Chapter 35, The Outlaws were reined in by another magic swordsman. Chapter 35, The Outlaws were reined in by another magic swordsman. Here is what happened some time later. The sliding door was violently opened, and 4 boorish-looking men entered. Welcome. Please excuse us. Our restaurant is full at the moment, but if you wait a little more, We should have a few more seats of ale, waitress." Just as the waitress was about to finish her sentence, one of those men pushed her aside and entered. Seeing their appearances and rude attitude, the customers concluded that they were ruffians, stopped eating and kept their heads down in silence. They were a group of outlaws who wreaked havoc and made money through intimidation. Not even in their dreams would anyone ever imagine thugs like them coming here to eat sushi. The customers who came here with the idea of eating plenty of food cursed their own bad luck today. "You're saying that ya got no sushi to serve to lowlifes like us? We've been hoping to try it, ya know, and see what this sushi stuff is all about." Thug A: "No, like I said, I apologize, but all of our seats are taken." Waitress: "Hyun? Then just tell them all to get the fuck out." Thug A: "The outlaws roared vulgarly and caused a ruckus." "Hey, if you people keep causing trouble, I'll call the guards on you, owner." The owner shouted in frustration and threatened them. But the outlaws laughed it off. "Ha, the time when those lil threats scared us off is long gone, ya know. How about I start toying with ya, then?" Thug A: "KH, owner." Most of these outlaws were bloodthirsty. They thought nothing of committing murder. Their lack of soul meant that they were not intimidated by the words of respectable people. As they smiled in satisfaction at the fact that no one dared to say anything, one of them pointed to the back of the room at a child and a woman, Sito and Satis. They were the only ones among the customers who looked at them without fear. There was a sort of disgust in their eyes, something that pissed them off. "Hey, you there? The fuck are ya looking at?" Thug A: He, that chick's hella hot." Thug B: The four of them moved to the back of the dining room. The customers have no choice but to hold their breaths and watch this critical situation unfold. The villains surrounded the woman and the child with their towering bodies. They drew out their swords and knives and began to flicker them either before Sito's eyes or around his neck. "Hey, brat, the hell's that look on your mug? I can't stand runts who get cocky with me. Ya wanna know what kind of the brats who pissed me off met? They all got skewered on this knife." Thug A: "Hiya, miss. Wanna have fun with us? Oh, and ya better not fight back. We're the best swordsmen in the world." Thug B: The outlaws approached the two with sneering smiles on their faces. But neither Sito nor Satis said anything to them, as if they did not pay them any mind. "Hey, don't ignore me, damn it." Thug A: The outlaw who had been messing with Sito got tired of Sito's attitude and tried to stick his knife into him. However, immediately after that, Sito calmly splashed freshly brewed hot tea over his face. UGH? Thug A: Right after he screamed and covered his tea-drenched face with his hands, Sito picked up the knife the outlaw had unintentionally dropped, wrestled him to the ground while riding his back to immobilize him, and placed the blade against his neck. It was one of the skills he had long cultivated on the battlefield. Immobilizing a man full of openings like this one was like taking candy from a baby for him. While that guy's friends were still shocked by this lightning-fast feat, Satis also made her move. She gave the ruffian on her right side an elbow to the gut. She may be a woman, but a single blow from a demon was more than enough to knock him unconscious in an instant. Then she immediately stood up and landed a powerful uppercut to the jaw of the other man standing right behind her. "Don't try to touch me so casually, will you?" Satis, the one outlaw who was still able to move freely, felt paralyzed by Satis' fighting spirit as she glared at him languidly. "You little shit. Hey, kill that bitch. Then help me." Thug A: Damn it. "Hey, brat, let go of my pal. Or say goodbye to that." Thug B: "Oh boy, I wouldn't do that if I were you, Sito." One of the outlaws pointed the tip of his sword squarely at Satis' throat, but Sito remained as cool as a cucumber. That outlaw realized firsthand what he meant by that. The sword in his hand suddenly became lighter, with an expression that was both relaxed and oozing with anger. Satis used her mana to break the blade. Taken aback and overcome with chilling fear, the guy took an explosive punch in the face from her. The four men were subdued in no time. The last one, whom Sito was holding at knife point, gritted his teeth in frustration, angry at the realization that they had been defeated. "Get lost, or my next move will end you, Sito." "Shit, you fucking bastards." Thug A: After Sito roughly released him, he staggered and ran away alone. He ran away, Satis. He actually ditched his gang, Sito. However, only further suffering awaited the ruffian who ran out. The city guards were already waiting for him, leaving him nowhere to escape. Our heroes were behind him, and the guards were in front of him. Like hell, I'll get busted here. Thug A. Just as he was thinking that, a man dressed conspicuously came out from among the guards. He was a green-haired man in tight-fitting armor. With a puzzled look on his face, the outlaw gazed at the man's peculiar outfit that had lines of green light running through it. He. I don't mind if you're fascinated by my magic gear, but why don't you worry about your current situation instead? For your own good, green-haired man. The man chuckled. Perhaps it was due to his confidence in his own abilities, but his fearless smile gave the impression of a warrior showing exhilaration in the field of action. Why, you're Thug A. I'm the captain of the garrison of this city. The man who bears the name of Osiris, as well as the world's strongest magic swordsman, green-haired man, Osiris, T/N. The kanjis used for Osiris' name mean the light that breaks through the dark sky. The man named Osiris struck a strange pose at every sentence. Even the outlaw had heard of him. Can't believe that. Of all the bastards, Thug A. HMPH. I can't believe scoundrels like you actually came to this marvelous city. You guys got a further tighten security. You're slacking off here, Osiris. Osiris gave instructions to one of the guards. Then, as he approached the bandit with another proud smile, he let his murderous intent ooze out. That place also happens to be my favorite restaurant. If some bandit starts a commotion in there, then I have no choice but to show up personally. You damn miscreant. In the name of justice, I will purge you right where you stand. Osiris. As Osiris stuck another strange pose, the outlaw sensed an incredible aura from him, and tried to flee at once. The next moment, a weapon resembling a magic sword manifested around Osiris' waist. It looked like a Jemadar, but the ornaments and geometric patterns here and there gave it a more bizarre appearance. When he pointed it at the back of the fleeing bandit, the blade glowed green. Immediately after that, the outlaw stopped moving as the sound of gouging flesh echoed through the air. When he fearfully looked at his own abdomen, there was a great amount of blood gushing out. It was as if he had been stabbed from behind with a sword. Something like a slash wave coming from the blade of Osiris' magic sword had pierced the bandit. This can't be. Thug A. After witnessing the bandit falling powerlessly, Osiris proudly spun his weapon with his fingertip, and put it back into the dimensional pocket he opened around his waist. There is no escaping Osiris' magic sword. All right. Let's go inside. We have word that his gang has been subdued by 2 allies of justice, Osiris. That bandit would be hung outside the city for public display. This was Osiris' way of intimidating all potential criminals, and thus protecting the security and order of the city. We're coming in. Osiris. When they entered the restaurant, Sito and Satis had already tied up the other ruffians with ropes. But what mostly caught his eye was the sight of this duo. You guys are, Osiris. These guys are bandits. We've already neutralized them. Sito and Osiris faced each other, and they both understood one thing, that they were both magic swordsmen. How splendid to think I would meet another magic swordsman who was blessed with a fine sense of justice and talent. But, Osiris, for a split second, Osiris glanced at Satis. What is that woman doing here? Come to think of it, I heard that the Demon King's army has been losing momentum, but is this related to that? Osiris, who knew about Satis, looked dubious. As the mystery deepened, Osiris decided to learn more about the two. Later on, Osiris would act as a sworn friend and supporter of Sito and Satis. And this was their first meeting. Chapter 36. The Demon King's castle has lost its former prestige. Chapter 36. The Demon King's castle has lost its former prestige. Once again, the Demon King's rage echoed throughout his castle. The outburst of energy even interfered with the outside of the castle, shaking the earth and sending countless crows flying into the sky. Ruach, we're still being humbled? I've already dispatched Sebek to the front lines. So what the hell is the meaning of these shameful war results? Even when we win a battle, we just lose another on a different battlefield. and achieve nothing in the end. And how is it that, to make matters worse, you still don't know the whereabouts of General Orc King? Demon King. The Demon King was directing his anger at the monsters kneeling and trembling before him. All of the measures taken by Satis' successors had backfired and been rendered useless. Although they managed to score some victories by introducing Sebek to the battlefield, they kept losing a series of battles, and in the end, they failed to expand their territory. The number of soldiers in the Demon King's army had finally been reduced to half of what it used to be. The fact that this status quo had remained unchanged for a while now made the Demon King grow even more impatient. And that impatience evolved into taking out his anger on his subordinates and endlessly distrusting them. Enough! I sentence you all to execution. Useless fools like you have no place in my army, Demon King. But, my lord, monster strategist A. Take them away, Demon King. On the Demon King's order, the subordinates who had done everything in their power to fill the void left by Satis were taken to the execution site. The other monsters shuddered at that spectacle. Failure to perform their duties incurred the wrath of the Demon King, and earned them a death sentence. Worst of all, this kind of purge had been ordered many times already. The monsters felt uneasy about it too. Sebek, is Sebek here? Demon King. What do you want, Mr. Demon King? Don't shout like that. I'm giving you the results you wanted, Sebek. There was a man who held not even a shred of fear in his heart for the wrathful Demon King. Always looking for a fight, Sebek's sole purpose in life was to slay his enemies with his magic sword. He slowly walked up to the Demon King, who was trembling with fury on his throne. Goburoku, who was following behind him while his stomach was churning from the man's disrespect, held his breath as he waited for the Demon King's words. You certainly are, but that's far from enough. I want more. More human blood on the battlefield. You've got much more work to do, Demon King. Yeah, Sebek. Sebek. I told you to show respect to the Demon King, Goburoku. While the throne room was frozen still with tension, the exchange between Sebek, who behaved sloppily, and the Demon Kong, who was furiously glaring daggers at him, unfolded. Listen well, Sebek. You must never betray me. Only think of how you can be useful to me, Demon King. I refuse, Sebek. What? Demon King. I fight for myself, and to face strong foes, Sebek. There was some momentary turmoil around him, and a terror that felt even icier than permafrost filled the air. Because no one had ever dared to speak their true feelings to the Demon King, not even his longest-serving subordinates. Why, you bastard? Are you planning to betray me? Demon King. That sounds like it could be fun. If I said yes, would you kill me? Sure. Then it'd be much more fun for me to take on both your army and the human army, Sebek. A glint of killing intent and madness flashed across his wide-open eyes. Sebek was being serious. With only one response from the Demon King, he would slaughter everyone in the throne room. He felt a sudden chill run from his head to his spine, and came to understand the sort of man that Sebek was. This man had no master. If he had to have one, it would be the battlefield. The act of battling itself was the biological urge that drove every action of the magic swordsman known as Sebek. In that case, I'll select the next battlefield for you, Demon King. Now we're talking, Sebek. My lord. Do you still intend to rely on this man? Monster A. I agree. Why discard us even though we are more powerful than Satis or the Orc King? Monster B. Silence. Save that for when you actually get results, you worthless bunch, Demon King. A great rift had formed between the Demon King and his men. Their repeated defeats and humiliations had greatly distorted their sovereign's mind. His next order was the invasion of a certain country. However, part of it was also the land where the Wendigos had lived since ancient times. My lord, that land is where the Wendigos live in harmony with humans and nature. Rampaging through their territory would be, Monster A. Shut up. If I'm going to take over the world, I'll need to gain supremacy over that land, anyway. So what if they're the will of nature, or a special kind of spirit? There's a limit to how annoying they can be. Sebek, you're going to force that country to surrender. You'll start by destroying that city as an example, Demon King. Why not? I know that place. They call it the Adventurer's Kitchen, right? Sebek. So it would seem. Normally, I would have entrusted you with the command of my troops, but I think your status as a human-demon hybrid will make that impossible. Which is why you are to join the army again. As a grunt, Demon King. Same as usual, then, Sebek. Exactly. There's one more thing. I heard that there's one magic swordsman who lives there, but I'm sure you'll have no problem defeating him. As soon as the troops are ready, you'll head out, Demon King. Sebek grinned as the next battlefield was all set. Then, he decided to leave the throne room with Goburoku, and wait to depart for the front. I don't know why, but I feel like I'm gonna have a wonderful encounter over there, Sebek. Your usual intuition again? Goburoku. You know it. Goburoku, why don't you get ready for battle too? Sebek. A true warrior is always ready for war. My fellow goblins may regard me as strange for it, but being a warrior is the only way of life I know. Goburoku. Sebek. After walking for a while, Goburoku suddenly stood in front of Sebek. Naturally, the latter stopped. Say, I'd like to hear your opinion on something, Goburoku. What is it? Sebek. Do you think the Demon King's army has a future, Goburoku asked anxiously while casting his eyes downward. Sebek tilted his head, looking practically emotionless. Ever since Lady Satis was evicted from the army, both our discipline and morale have plummeted. On top of that, we've suffered repeated losses, and a continuous series of purges within our ranks. At this rate, we're just going to self-destruct. I miss the days when Lady Satis was still part of the army. If only His Majesty re-examined his winning methods, we would already have, Goburoku. But it all happened on Mr. Demon King's orders, right? Then who cares? Sebek. That doesn't make it okay. Humiliating warriors to such an extent before executing them. That's not what a king should do. The incident with Lady Satis is proof enough of that. And yet, Goburoku. Then go tell him to his face, you screwed up big time, you fucking useless ruler, Sebek. That's Goburoku. Goburoku was at a loss for words. He could never possibly have the courage to do that, though Sebek might have said it under his breath. But realistically speaking, there was no way a being as tiny as a goblin would ever dare to rebel against the one who ruled over all the monsters. Sebek snorted at that, passed by him, and whistled. Neither the veterans nor the higher-ups, including His Majesty, even notice it. How close we are to being defeated, that is, Goburoku. As he muttered in secret, Goburoku turned around and looked at Sebek's back. For him, the latter's presence was of extreme importance. He did not flinch in the face of overwhelming power and authority. He may appear disinterested in everything, but on the inside, he had a desire for power that was almost limitless. Sebek, you're now the only one who can save the Demon King's army. I doubt we'll ever come across anyone who can outmatch you, but don't die, no matter what, Goburoku. That wish, however, would never come true. No matter how powerful Sebek was, the Demon King's army had already been driven to the point of no return. Of course, Sebek himself realized this, that the Demon King and his army would unceremoniously vanish from this world. I don't give a rat's ass what happens to the Demon King's army. I'll just slice, dice, and slice again. That's who I am, Sebek. Chapter 37, O Moon, have mercy on me. Chapter 37, O Moon, have mercy on me. How did it come to this? Read. This is what the hero Reed suddenly wondered one night, as he gazed upon the devastation in front of him. As he despaired from the sight of a world so far removed from the adventurous life he imagined, Reed escaped into his delusions. Ahahaha. Amazing. Who would have thought these guys had so much treasure in their cargo? Angelica. He could hear Angelica the sorceress laughing while covered in blood. And right now, the scenery in front of him was like a picture of hell. A carriage lying on its side, with its owners dying in despair. And Reed and Angelica were responsible for that. The constant feeling of unsatiated hunger, and the harsh reality being shoved into their faces finally drove them to commit such brutality. When the national borders were closed, they attacked the carriages trying to head back to the cities, and robbed them of their money, goods and food. How many times had they repeated this process? As of now, the hero's party that used to brim with idealism and righteousness had been reduced to a mere shadow of its former self. The way they offered the blood of innocents to the moonlit earth before plundering them was exactly the sort of practice they were supposed to despise the most. The work of lowlifes. Was there a better solution? No, there wasn't. From now on. Yes, we'll start making up for it from now on. As long as we pile up our good deeds, we can offset it all. Ha ha ha. That's right. We need food and money to continue our journey. This was all an unavoidable course of action. Reed. Come on. How many times have you muttered that already, Reed-san? But never mind that, look at this. Such an abundant amount of food and money. This will definitely keep us going for a while. We can buy new equipment, and best of all, sleep in fluffy beds. Let's hurry and find a town. Angelica. Ah, right. Reed. It was Angelica who first suggested this barbaric practice. Her decision to rob the very people they were supposed to protect shocked Reed. With their first assault as the catalyst, they were no longer the heroes' party tasked with defeating the Demon King, just a group of bandits who made their living by robbing people instead. I'm the hero. I'm the hero. I'm not in the wrong. I haven't done anything wrong at all. Reed shed tears from his empty eyes as he hoarded their loot into a carriage. They had once blundered. For a brief moment, it felt as if the eyes of all their victims had turned toward them at once, sending a chill down his spine. Angelica, on the other hand, was humming and gazing at the money and goods with a wicked smile. She drank water, grabbed a piece of bread with her bloodied hands, and ate it like a hyena scavenging for carrion. If you're going to blame someone, then blame yourself for your own inadequacy. It's because you're so useless that we had to resort to this, you know? Angelica. I always strive for excellence. I'm not at fault. Reed. HMPH. You're still hung up on that? Looks like the myth of the hero is too much for your shoulders. That's why we ended up resorting to robbery and such. Oh, and don't condemn me for it, would you? It's only thanks to my idea that we have a carriage to ride in, water to drink, and food to eat. Angelica. When he heard that, Reed had nothing to retort. In fact, he had never been able to cope with any of his party's hardships. But his pride would never allow him to admit it. All he could do now was go along with Angelica's proposition. However, this sort of attitude got on Angelica's nerves instead. It was then that she had a terrifying idea. I suppose I have no other choice. Why don't we go over there so we can talk for a minute? Angelica. Sure, Reed. After getting off the carriage, the two of them walked to a cliff where they had a clear view of the moon. How gentle and merciful the moonlight was on those blood-stained sinners. Feeling as if his soul was being cleansed, Reed suddenly closed his eyes and felt the light with his whole body. After taking a deep breath and allowing the blessings of nature to permeate deep into his lungs, he felt somewhat better. So, Angelica, what did you want to talk ab? Reed. Right after he turned his gaze to his comrade behind him, he felt an impact on his back that sent his body tipping forward into the darkness down the cliff. Angelica had an ominous smile on her face, and both her arms were outstretched. Reed. Reed instantly twisted his body out of reflex, and caught onto the edge of the cliff. But to his horror, Angelica started stomping on his hand while laughing like a maniac. Stop. What the hell are you doing? Reed. Can't you tell just by looking? I'm tired of putting up with an incompetent like you, so this is where you fucking die. Angelica. While Angelica gradually put more strength into her foot, Reed's mind was filled with confusion as he endured this predicament. He was just desperately trying not to let go of the cliff. But it's okay, don't you worry. Even after you die, I will continue on our crusade to subjugate the Demon King. But first, I'll head to a city, eat scrumptious food, take a bath, clean myself up, then I'll recruit a new group of adventurers. And this time, I'll build a party centered around me. Angelica. You won't get away with this, Reed. HMPH. Big talk for someone who's about to become a corpse. If I establish a new party and defeat the Demon King, my name will be permanently etched in the annals of history. And everybody will be singing my praises. Angelica, with a vulgar smile on her face, she stepped on Reed's hands again and again while dreaming of the new journey she was about to embark on. But fate was not on her side. As if he had estimated the right timing, Reed grabbed Angelica's leg and with all of his strength, he fought back. "You damn witch! Go rot in hell!" Reed. "Kaya, unhand me." "Let go, damn it." Angelica. Reed. Reed's physical abilities surpassed Angelica's. She lost her balance and, due to Reed's traction, was thrown into the darkness down the cliff. Angelica. As she let out a death scream, Angelica, the daughter of an aristocrat and a sorceress, fell where she was meant to fall, as a lowlife to the end. And Reed. After somehow managing to climb back up, Reed regained his breath and calmly recalled what he had just done. Did I kill her? Did I kill my comrade? Reed. A shiver ran through him, shaking him to his core. Without being able to stop his own sobbing and nausea, all the evil deeds he had committed up until now were being replayed in his mind. "No, it wasn't my fault. I had no other choice. She was trying to kill me." It was legitimate self-defense. Reed. The guilt he felt was obvious. Killing Angelica was like a switch, and the memory of his previous robberies and murders weighed heavily on him. "That's right. I'm not the bad guy. I have a duty. I can't let that stop me from fulfilling it." Reed. The moon kept looking down on Reed, who was cackling in madness and fear. Just how did this beautiful moonlit world look to this pitiful young man whose everything was shattered between ideals and reality? Reed laughed as he ran back to his carriage. Even after losing his companions, he kept moving forward, becoming something that was neither monster nor human anymore. "I won't lose. I'll defeat the Demon King, and save the world." Reed. Chapter 38. Osiris probes Sito and Satis to ascertain their alignment. Chapter 38. Osiris probes Sito and Satis to ascertain their alignment. Am I dreaming or something? I sure hope I am. My favorite eatery was ravaged by outlaws. But then, a leader of the famous Demon King's army reined them in with the help of a boy. Was it? This truly is a bizarre turn of events, don't you think? Osiris. They were in the facility occupied by the soldiers of this city. Osiris, the head of this facility and a magic swordsman, invited our protagonists in his office, and had them sit on the sofa. Satis, one of the leaders of the Demon King's army, and Sito, a young magic swordsman of unknown origins. Normally, any figure of authority would have abstained from inviting people like them in, and as a powerful individual, it was a rash decision. However, Osiris' eyes stared at them with a brilliance that surpassed that of gold, trying to discern the truth, and confront them with his own questions from a perspective unshackled by any prejudice related to social status, affiliation, or state of affairs. Let's begin with the introductions. I'm sure you already know my name. I'm the man who goes by Osiris. Osiris. Sitting in front of his desk, he answered with a confident smile, while also sharply probing the reactions and state of mind of his two interlocutors. Satis had never met Osiris before today. The latter, however, had already seen and heard about her. Satis was hesitant to introduce herself, perhaps out of fear of his abilities, and perhaps because this place was the lair of humans trained to fight off monsters. As for Osiris, he had some doubts. The Satis he knew would use either her silver tongue or seduction to come out on top. Yet right now, she was behaving like an innocent girl afraid of suffering her parents' anger. This really is bizarre. She's acting so timid. But what's even more curious is that all her attention is focused not on me, but on this boy. I must find out who that kid truly is. Osiris. Osiris turned his gaze towards Sito while keeping his smiling face. With one light hand gesture, he prompted him to introduce himself. The boy was about to comply when Satis' hand grabbed his arm, slightly pinching it. Osiris did not miss that, and grew increasingly suspicious. Rather than an attempt to stop him, it seemed more like something done in the spur of the moment to appease her own feelings and feel his warmth in the face of impeding terror. My name is Sito. There's probably no point in hiding it from you, so I'll tell you this: I'm a magic swordsman, Sito. Sito, so you're the boy of destruction and storm? I've heard so many rumors about you. The one who's had an aptitude for magic swords since his early childhood. and has triumphed over all kinds of powerful foes and life-or-death situations with his magic sword. The legendary boy soldier, Sito, Osiris. You're appraising me too highly. I was just a convenient errand boy, Sito. Kha. You're surprisingly eloquent. I like you, Osiris. Not that it means much, Sito. Now don't say that. Even so, or rather, that's precisely why I fail to understand you guys. A leader of the Demon King's army, and the legendary boy soldier. Just what exactly is the meaning of this association? Does this have anything to do with the current global situation? Osiris narrowed his eyes. The tea, which must have been served some time ago, was already cold. Neither of the three had taken a single sip, the silent surfaces still showing their reflections. A testament of how solemn and tense the atmosphere in the room had become. No lie could fool Osiris. No doubt he would keep bringing this matter up until he was satisfied. Perhaps it does, Satis. Satis suddenly broke the silence. Naturally, Osiris turned his gaze on her. As you already know, I was once part of the Demon King's army. However, due to a series of failures, I was expelled from its ranks. Satis. Expelled? A wise strategist like you, Osiris. Then I ran for my life, and met Sito in a forest along the way. Satis. Satis gave him a recap of her meeting with Sito, and everything that happened afterwards. Of course, she included the fact that the boy used to belong to the hero's party. I see. I now have a grasp of your situation. The two of you bear no ill will, and simply wish to live a peaceful life together. Osiris. What a wonderfully romantic elopement, or so Osiris muttered. He had a hunch that this duo had their own complicated circumstances, but not even in his dreams would he have imagined that such a story was unfolding behind the scenes of history. So, what do you plan to do with us? Sito. Right. Let's see. What would you like? Osiris. If possible, we would like you to leave us in peace. Satis. I thought so. But sadly, I belong to an organization. Of course, I do hold some degree of authority, but, Osiris. After thinking for a moment, Osiris looked at Sito and grinned. Come back to this facility tomorrow morning, Osiris. Vertical bar what? Sito. Not the best of decisions if you plan to arrest us, Satis. Ha. I won't do that. Well, you'll understand when you come back. Osiris. Osiris personally escorted the two of them out of the building, keeping the contents of that promise vague. As he watched them leave, one of his soldiers addressed Osiris. Are you certain of your decision to let them leave unsecured? Soldier. Don't be absurd. First, I'll monitor and observe them. This is also part of my plans for tomorrow. Osiris. Plans, you say? You seem to be in a merry mood, Captain. Soldier. Of course I am. That's the scary thing about us magic swordsmen. Once we meet another one like ourselves, we can't help but want to determine who's stronger. Keep the training arena clean and ready. Tomorrow, Sito and I will fight in a duel. Osiris. Chapter 39, The Duel Between Osiris and Sito. Chapter 39, The Duel Between Osiris and Sito. Time went by quickly, and night fell in the blink of an eye. The city and its residents were already sound asleep, and so was Satis in her own bed. In the silence of their room, with the moonlight shining through the window, Sito was, on the other hand, still awake. Although he was tired, he felt as if his nerves were somewhat on edge, and his body would not let him sleep. That mess we got into this afternoon sure was unbelievable. Sito. He walked to the window so as not to wake Satis up, and basked in the moonlight. The moon was full that night, and its light was as bright as the sun. With this much light, I should be able to read it. Sito. He took out a letter from his pocket. It was the one handed to him by Ahaz Patel on their way to this city. He opened the envelope while making sure not to make a sound. Is this a drawing of a crocodile and a snake? Sito. There was a picture depicting a crocodile with a frightening appearance and a large snake coiling around it, with both animals facing in the same direction. There were sentences written below that picture. The text was not completely unreadable, but deciphering them took time. After finishing putting his thoughts together as if he was solving a riddle, Sito read the contents in his mind. Following the forthcoming full moon, know that he who brings death to mine own land and to thee shall appear. How doth thee plan on purging him? If there ever comes a time when thou desire power, accept mine trial. Ha! Sito. This letter seemed to be warning him of some danger. He who brings death probably referred to the beast painted on it. A trial? What kind exactly? Sito. The content of this letter alone was not enough to make sense of it. However, the Wendigo of Death discovered something, and was trying to test Sito at the same time. That trial is one thing, but it looks like that guy will show up in the next few days. Maybe I should tell Osiris about it. And how do I bring this up to Satis? Sito was worried about Satis. So far, Satis was getting over her trauma, but her recovery was still incomplete. Sito's heart was filled with an indescribable pain at the thought of Satis being struck with terror again if she were attacked by an army, to say nothing of a single one of their grunts. But this is not the kind of problem Satis will want to ignore. When we meet Osiris tomorrow, I'll tell them both at the same time. Sito. He put the letter back in his pocket and went back to bed. He was also curious about the trial mentioned in it, but there was nothing he could do about it at this stage. Sito, who seemed to have relatively regained his composure, slowly closed his eyelids and did not wake up until morning. The following day, Sito and Satis went to Osiris headquarters once again. A soldier escorted them to the training area. The duo looked puzzled as they were being brought not to the office from yesterday or the reception room, but to a place filled with the suffocating, angry roars of training soldiers. And then, they arrived at a dome-shaped area that stood out from the rest. The interior was as spacious and well-equipped as an arena. I'm glad you came. Let me welcome you, Osiris. Osiris, who was standing in the center of the arena, opened his arms in joy and welcomed the pair. Satis, who had trouble understanding why they were brought to this place, asked with a look of bewilderment. What exactly is going on here? Why are we in such a place? Satis. HMPH. Isn't it obvious? Sito. I have business with you, Osiris. What? Sito. A duel. I challenge you to a duel, Sito. Osiris. Sito's expression changed at the unexpected declaration of duel. As for Satis, she half angrily stepped in front of Sito and glared at Osiris while standing as if to protect the boy. Hang on, hang on, hang on. It's not like we'll have to kill each other. We'll fight one-on-one. Killing is forbidden, and the fight will end if one of us forfeits, or if the referee deems either participant unable to continue. But, to make it quick, let's set a time limit. 5 minutes. We'll settle this in 5, Osiris. For Sito, rationally speaking, now was not the time for a duel. However, Osiris' eyes were sharp, and he sensed something like a firm determination in his rising fighting spirit. In his current state, it was rather unlikely that he would listen to what Sito had to say. Why do you want to have a duel with Sito? Satis. HMPH. Isn't it obvious? This is part of a magic swordsman's nature. When I meet another magic swordsman like myself, I can't help but want to confirm which of us is stronger. Normally, this would be a fight to the death, but I've come to sympathize with your circumstances. Pretty conscientious of me, don't you think? Osiris. How dare you force your whims on? Satis. Right after Satis said that, Sito stepped forward from behind her. The latter was taken aback by it and tried to stop him, but it was unable to. Sito. Don't tell me you. Satis. Satis had an intuition. She suspected that, just like Osiris, Sito wanted to fight. In truth, Sito also reasoned that it was futile to engage in a duel at the moment. However, perhaps because he was a magic swordsman as well, he could sympathize with Osiris' words. Which one is stronger? He would be lying if he claimed not to care about it at all. As a fellow magic swordsman, he was genuinely curious to see how strong the man was. I like the look in your eyes. Just what I expect from a man I've challenged, Osiris. Osiris and Sito each took their positions. At this point, Satis had no choice but to watch from afar. I don't mind fighting him, but I don't even know how strong he is. And above all, I'll have to keep him busy until he's willing to hear me out. Sito. Sito pulled his magic sword out of thin air. The blade flashed brightly in the sunlight. The soldiers, along with Satis, gave a momentary gasp of admiration from afar. Those men are the finest soldiers I've ever trained. And they specialize in fighting magic swordsmen, Osiris. Yeah, they're very capable. I can tell just by looking at them, Sito. Right? For the next 5 minutes, let's forget about our bonds and backgrounds. We now face each other as nothing more than two men, Osiris. Sure, I'll play along. Cause it's in our nature as magic swordsmen, Sito. Chapter 40. Versus the light that breaks through the dark sky, Osiris. Chapter 40. Versus the light that breaks through the dark sky, Osiris. Osiris summoned his own magic sword, and swiftly spun it around his finger. Sito had never seen a weapon like that before. That blade sure looks like it was made for assassination, Sito. This is the magic sword, Athribis. And it's in a league of its own, Osiris. TN. The kanji used for Athribis means the king's heart. They each showed their magic sword to the other. Then there was a brief moment of silence. In the midst of this air of conflict, the soldier acting as referee signaled the start of the fight. Don't worry, I won't use it at full power. Now let's go, Osiris. Osiris pointed his sword at the boy. A green light shot out from the blade, and his eyes were also dyed in the same color. The next moment, 3 sharp slash attacks flew at Sito's feet. Whoa! That sword is a long-range weapon? Sito. Indeed. This blade of mine specializes in firing slash attacks akin to beams of light, Osiris. By pointing the tip of his sword at his target, he could easily pierce distant objects. For someone who made his living in close-quarter combat, this was a pretty bad match. Osiris suddenly struck a series of bizarre poses in response to Sito creeping toward him. Then a visor-like object covered up the upper half of his confident face. Now this is where the real fight begins. Justice. Ignition. Fly. Osiris. Osiris' armor suddenly began to roar. The enormous amount of mana in his armor, which was known to be his magic gear, reacted to Osiris' will and sent his body soaring into the air with a jet of energy. There it is. It's our captain's Justice Ignition Fly. When he rides the sky like that, he truly is a meteor of justice. Soldier A. The hell is this? Flying armor? That just makes him a weirdo. And a coward, Satis. As the voices of Satis and the city guards echoed from the outfield, Sito was in awe at Osiris' style as he thought of a countermeasure. He knew exactly what Osiris was going to do now that he was airborne. Ha, Osiris. Green razor-sharp beams of light rained down on Sito. The man was relentless in his attempt to inflict damage on the boy with his light slashes sweeping from above. Sito. While dexterously and swiftly turning the hilt in his hand, Sito repelled the barrage of beams with his blade. In the process, he came up with the idea of reflecting those light slashes back to Osiris, and immediately took action. The 4 shots he deflected cut through the barrage and flew straight toward Osiris. Not bad, Osiris. The latter evaded them with skillful aerial maneuvers, and kept attacking Sito from the sky. The boy moved around by sprinting, toying with Osiris from ground level. I can't get a clean shot, but don't think that'll be enough to make me forfeit. Osiris. As soon as his sword emitted some sort of driving sound, it launched a rapid-fire attack that was an order of magnitude faster than the previous one. Even though its lethal power had already been suppressed, if he let it hit him, he would not get out of this unscathed. Sito. Run, Satis. Satis could not help but shout. However, Sito intended to do the opposite of what she asked. Even if he kept running away from them, one of those magic shots would eventually hit him anyway. Going on the offensive here was a better strategy than escaping. Sito quickly put his magic sword back into its dimensional space. Then he dashed toward the wall in front of him at full speed. He discarded his magic sword. What is he up to? Osiris. Osiris chased after him. Then he slowly focused his aim on Sito's back. Just as he was about to activate the power of his magic sword, Sito kicked off the wall and jumped high. He flew exactly as high as Osiris, but there was still some distance between them. Osiris kept his collected gaze on Sito, but in the next moment, his composure turned to shock. making him miss his target. Sito's magic sword popped out from its dimensional space close to him. Then he performed a mid-air spinning kick aimed at the pommel of his sword. It flew through the air like a meteor toward Osiris at the same speed as his light slashes. Wow! Osiris. Taken by surprise, Osiris involuntarily twisted his body and evaded the attack. However, that reaction caused him to lose control and temporarily fail to fly right. When he managed to regain control, he realized that he was already close to crashing into the wall at high speed. It was then that he understood what Sito's aim was. Crap. That sword throw was a feint. He launched it at that speed and angle, so that I would barely manage to dodge. Osiris. With a loud bang, Osiris crashed into the wall and fell to the ground. Due to the impact of that collision, he failed to land safely, and took heavy damage. Gah! Osiris. However, even weakened, he was still a soldier. He knew instantly that Sito would take advantage of this opportunity to launch an attack. Sure enough, right as Sito was about to grapple him, he evaded the attempt with agile movements. He did a few backflips as he put more distance between him and the boy, and moved to the center of the arena. Not yet. This fight has only just begun. Osiris. Yeah, figured. Sito. Sito took a few steps closer and stopped about 3 meters away from him. Then he assumed a stance as if he was going to pull his sword from his waist. When he saw that, Osiris showed a fearless smile. He, too, retracted his magic sword and assumed an abstract stance. I know that stance. It's a technique of Batajutsu, a sword art used by foreign swordsmen, right? Osiris. Sito. Fine then, I'll take you on. I happen to know Batajutsu myself, Osiris. A gust of wind blew in the arena as the two silently stared at each other for a while. Both of their fighting spirits filled the air with tension for their surroundings. Sito. What's taking you so long? Please hurry up and draw your sword. Satis. Only time was on the move as Satis watched anxiously. When they had less than 10 seconds left, Osiris' right hand moved slightly. In the next instant, both of them simultaneously emitted an intense light. In a flash of red and green, they quickly grabbed the hilt of their respective magic swords as they emerged from their dimensional pockets. Sito's instant speed surpassed Osiris, and he immediately dashed into Osiris' torso area, unleashing a single sword swing from below. Osiris responded with the highest speed he could manage and, with a small stance, pointed the tip of his sword at the boy and fired a green light slash. Along with a tremendous impact noise and a cloud of dust, a gong resonated to signal the end. When the dust cleared, the two of them were frozen like statues. Sito had stopped his blade at the last moment. Osiris was still pointing his blade at him, and the two stared at each other for a while. A quiet tension filled the air, and the outfielders held their breaths as they watched the outcome of this duel. And finally, they talked to each other. Looks like it's a tie, Sito. Nope. Victory goes to you, Sito. Osiris. After telling him this, Osiris swiftly spun his magic sword around his finger, and put it back into its dimensional space. When they clashed earlier, the light slash he shot was slashed to pieces as if it had been absorbed into Sito's blade. In other words, Osiris' attack did not hit the boy. Did you predict the trajectory of my attack? Osiris. Rather than saying I predicted it, it was more like I saw it. Your light slashes come right out of your blade in a straight line. So based on the speed and the angle, I could tell which part of my body you were aiming at, Sito. You analyzed my attack in the middle of that short clash. In that instant. Outstanding, Osiris. Osiris admired Sito's fighting talent. The boy put away his magic sword, and looked up at Osiris, who had fought so well. With longing eyes, they found themselves exchanging warm handshakes. Their firm grips conveyed their respect for each other. Meanwhile, Satis and the soldiers who had been watching from the outfield rushed up to them. Sito, are you okay? Any injuries? Oh jeez, you had me so worried, Satis. Vertical Barahaha, sorry. But it's okay now. It's over, Sito. Hey, what's with you guys? You're all worked up over something so small? Disgraceful, Osiris. See Captain, are you alright? You crashed pretty hard earlier, Soldier A. HMPH. That was nothing. You're forgetting who you're talking to. I'm the man known as the light that breaks through the dark sky, Captain Osiris. Osiris. The soldiers cheered loudly as Osiris struck another series of strange poses. I'll never understand the point of posing and showing off like he does, Satis. Really? I think it's pretty cool, though. Maybe I should try some poses too, Sito. Please don't, Satis. But now, I can finally talk to Osiris about that. Sito. Sito immediately approached Osiris. He readily accepted his request, and guided the duo back to his office. Chapter 41, After the fight, it's time for a long overdue date. Chapter 41, After the fight, it's time for a long overdue date. My Tilda. That was truly a great fight. I haven't been this fired up in ages, Osiris. Osiris was enjoying some tea with Sito and Satis in his office. He looked so full of energy. It was as if that fight earlier never happened. So, hey, that armor that lets you fly in the sky, where did you buy it? Sito. Oh, it's not sold anywhere. It's a custom-made article I had a group of magicians craft for me. It's the best possible armor to fully complement my power and righteousness, Osiris. Say, Satis, Sito. No, Satis. But I haven't said anything yet, Sito. You were about to ask me to make you something similar, weren't you? I'm not wasting my mana making something so pointless, Satis. Sito. Satis silently took a sip of tea, while Sito, whose request was denied, was hanging his head down as if in a stump. Looking at them like this, they were like your average pair of siblings. Osiris smiled as he watched them interact, because it was the sort of scene that he had always wanted to protect. However, in the midst of this harmony, Osiris broached the subject of Sito's business with him. He let them in his office once again precisely because the boy had something to discuss with him. Right. Sorry. This is a very important topic for us as well, Sito. Tell me, Osiris. I was wondering how the monsters were doing at the moment. I mean, you're now fully aware of our situation, right? I want to remain with Satis. But if monsters or anything else ever came to attack this city, then, Sito. Instead of mentioning the contents of his letter, Sito asked him a question related to it. He thought that Osiris, being a soldier, might be able to give him intel on the current war situation and the movement of the monsters, which could give them a better handle on things in the future. I see. Come to think of it, you guys are basically ordinary travelers now, albeit special ones. I understand the reason for your concern, but I'm not allowed to disclose that sort of military information to tourists, Osiris. Well, I guess, Sito. Ha ha ha. But fret not. It's not everything, but as a reward for your victory, I'll make an exception and tell you, Osiris. As soon as he said that, Osiris took out a map, spread it on the table, and gave a brief summary. The Demon King's army has gone from being outmatched to, let's say, regaining enough momentum to put up a good fight. However, it should be difficult for them to turn the tables on humanity. Ostensibly, their control over the situation has been falling apart ever since one of their generals left. That general is you, Satis, Osiris. Me? How so? Do you mean that the overwhelming might of the Demon King's army alone is not enough for them to turn the tide? Satis. They're suffering defeat at the hands of every national army. Seriously, they had someone with actual brains, and this is how they treated her? That's the problem with barbaric monsters. Oh, sorry. Anyway, if things go on like this, it'll only be a matter of time before the Demon King's army is destroyed. I thought I would be summoned to the front lines as well. But the way things are, they probably won't need me there. And as for Sito's concern that they might come to attack this city, you guys have nothing to worry about. The lookouts haven't reported any monster sightings, Osiris. I see, Satis. Although, if I went all out, I could take out even the likes of the Demon King's army in a heartbeat. Ha 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 ha. Osiris. Osiris was laughing with a carefree look on his face. Even if their earlier fight was a match and he had lowered the lethal power of his weapon, it was not the sort of line someone who had lost to Sito could spout. It was neither a bluff nor bravado, but genuine self-confidence. Sito's power was still immeasurable, but Osiris' power might have actually defied imagination as well. I wonder if this is the case for all magic swordsmen. Satis, while feeling slightly astounded at the potential of magic swordsmen, she listened to Osiris and analyzed what he said on Sito's behalf. Next to her, the boy also repeatedly considered all the questions he could think of, and asked them to Osiris. Well, I've told you all this, but one thing's for sure. You'll be safe here. Even the Demon King wouldn't be stupid enough to try. Unless he's lost his mind or something, that is. But you guys are tourists now. Feel free to take your time and relax, Osiris. Unless he's lost his mind, huh? Meaning that if he's gone insane, then they may invade. Well, we should be good for now, right? Sito. The Demon King may indeed have a short temper, but he's not one to make pointless decisions. And you're right. We are tourists now. We aspire to a peaceful life, free of war and any other conflicts. Satis herself had no idea how the Demon King was doing as of late. Indeed, it was hard for her to guess in detail what he thought about the progress of the war and such. To begin with, she no longer had to think about such things anymore, nor did she even want to. The only thing I want to think about is how to spend every day with Sito. That's my only wish. Satis was secretly falling in love with Sito. His duel earlier had left her in a cold sweat, but the thought of being able to spend relaxing time with him again made her heart flutter a bit. Thank you, Osiris. I've learned a lot thanks to you, Sito. It's the least I can do. If you ever run into trouble in this city, you can count on us, Osiris. After finishing their discussion, Sito and Satis left the facility and headed out into the city. In a sense, becoming friends with Osiris had been a fortuitous event. If they ever ran into trouble, he would be there to help. Osiris, he was a good guy. Sito. Sito, do you actually find people like him to be cool, by any chance? Satis. Of course he's cool. Did you see his flying armor and magic sword? And most of all, his poses. There was something about them that really moved my heart. Don't you get it? Sito. I'm sorry, but I'm not sure I do. Satis. I see, but that's okay. I'm sure you'll come to understand too, someday. Sito. Satis. As they walked through the city, they were holding each other's hands so they would not stray from each other. It then dawned on Sito that it had been a while since the two of them had walked hand in hand like this. He had a feeling that they held hands on a regular basis back in the city of Clayshut, but not on their way here from Benjamin Village. We still have time before lunch, so what do you say we go for a stroll? Sito. Oh, I'm surprised you still have this much energy after a fight like that. Satis. I'm fine. I just want to enjoy myself with you, Satis. Sito. Satis breathed a sigh of relief at Sito's words. Their hands reflexively tightened their grip on each other. Let's go up there. It looks like a great spot to see the ocean and the mountains. Sito. Well, aren't you full of energy? Okay, then. Let's go, Satis. The hills of the city offered a great view, and were famous scenic spots. For the time being, the duo headed there. They would take their time to think about what to do next afterwards. Chapter 42, The Two of Us on the Beach. Chapter 42, The Two of Us on the Beach. The high ground in the city of Alainde offered a great view of not only the ocean, but also the thin border of the horizon. The area was rich in nature, and in addition to the sea, they could also see the White Mountain Range soaring high into the sky, as well as meadows and roads that seemed to stretch far into the distance. Couples and adventurers often went there to have a look at this spectacular view. This is awesome, Satis. This might be my first time seeing something so beautiful from so high up. Sito. Easy now on the excitement, the scenery is not going anywhere. There's an empty bench, Satis. They sat side by side on the bench, and enjoyed the sea breeze while gazing at the horizon and the land. Other couples had also gathered on this high ground, showing a different kind of bustle from that of the city. But, I gotta say, this place is really full of grown-ups. Sito. What's wrong? Are you feeling nervous? Sure, you may be the only child here, but from my point of view, you're a fine and wonderful man as well, so you should be proud of yourself. Satis. Why you think? If you say so. Sito. Sito smiled bashfully as Satis praised him. The latter stroked him gently. Objectively, they looked like a pair of siblings or something similar. However, considering the kind of people who gathered here, those around them could not help but believe them to be a couple with an age gap. What, Tilda? No way. That boy is actually dating a woman this beautiful. Woman A? Seriously? Where the hell did a brat like that ever find a top-class beauty like her? Man A? The two of them were in the spotlight, if only temporarily. Satis did not particularly mind being gazed at, but Sito felt indescribably uncomfortable with all those eyes on him. Well, I guess I shouldn't let it bother me so much. Sito telling himself that. He and Satis enjoyed the beauty of the scenery around them, but I must say, it's gotten really hot today. The seasons change so quickly. Satis. Yeah, didn't notice back when we were at the facility, though. This heat makes the sea seem like a great place to cool off. Sito. On that day, the sun was shining so brightly that even the cool breeze was drowned out by the heat. Satis took a water canteen out of her dimensional pocket, and shared it with Sito. I guess we should have brought an umbrella or something. You're dripping in sweat, Satis. Yeah. I can't stand this heat. Are you okay, Satis? Sito. Not even close. Look, see how sweaty I am? Satis. When she said that, she showed Sito how moist her face and neck were. Her skin glistening in the sunlight made her look even more seductive than usual. The sweat ran down her nape into the hollows of her collarbone, and the drops on her chest disappeared into the depths of her cleavage. As far as Satis was concerned, it was probably an unmindful gesture, but because it emphasized the visible parts of her body and showed Sito her sweat-soaked skin in such an absent-minded way, the boy suddenly blushed so hard his eyes started spinning. Hey, Sito, are you alright? Satis. Water. Pour some water over my head, Sito. Water, Satis. Sito quickly grabbed a water bottle from Satis, who was confused at his request, and spilled it over his head. The people around them were glancing at him, but Sito himself had no way to tell. Thanks, Sito. You're welcome, Satis. What's wrong with me? I thought I had grown accustomed to Satis' looks since I see on a daily basis, and yet. Sito. He scratched his head and combed his hair with his fingers so as to let the air flow easily through it and cool his head down. Satis looked at Sito, who had calmed down considerably, and finally realized what his problem was. Oh my Tilda. Was that too stimulating for him? I thought he had gotten used to it by now. I know, Satis. It was then that Satis smiled at Sito with the sort of friendliness that bordered on sadism. She had an idea what they were going to do this afternoon. Hey, Sito. What should we do after lunch? Do you think you can move? Satis. Yeah, I'm fine now. Though I don't have any idea what we can do next. Sito. In that case, how about we go to the beach after lunch? The public beach is too far from here, so let's go to the one nearby. Satis. Ooh, I didn't know there was such a place here. It'd be great if I could catch some fish there. Sito. Foo. Good idea, Satis. While happily conversing, the two left the high ground and started descending towards the city. For Sito, it would be his first time enjoying the sea. He has no idea what sort of fish he could catch there. As he let his imagination about it run wild, Sito went with her to a place where they could eat. After eating a quick meal at a nearby restaurant, they returned to their inn. Sito was humming as he tended to the fishing rod he rented from the innkeeper. Oh, you look like you're having fun, Satis. Of course I am. What are you preparing, Satis? Sito. Do you want to know? Satis. Seeing Satis with a bewitching smile similar to back when they used to be enemies gave Sito the feeling that she was preparing something dangerous. Say, are you up to something? Sito. Now, whatever do you believe I'm up to? I hope you don't think it's something naughty, Satis. Satis pointed out with a smirk, causing Sito to blush and turn away reflexively. She was joyfully giggling behind him, but Sito tried to ignore that by checking his fishing rod and baits. A few minutes later, Sito walked out to the beach a short distance away from the city. It was a small beach surrounded by rocks, with no people. Most of them seemed to have gone to the public beach. Satis told me to head the first, But, Sito. Sati's smile was the kind she made when she was plotting something. Sito shook that last remark of hers out of his mind, and sat down on an isolated rocky shore stretching out to the sea, and hung his fishing rod. The sound of the waves in this quiet atmosphere could be heard with the tempo. He felt the same sort of natural tranquility as that time he went on a picnic in Benjamin Village. So glad I came here, Sito. He sipped water from his canteen as he basked in the coolness of the sea and the warmth of the sunshine. After a while, he heard Sati's voice coming from behind him. "Oh, you're finally here, Sito." He turned around to see her carrying a sheet and various other things. Instead of her combat suit, she had changed into a black bikini top and bottom, a summery beach attire that exposed even more of her skin. Her breasts, wrapped in that black fabric, were looking soft and well-groomed while exhibiting even more of their beautiful curves. In that outfit, they swayed as she walked, causing Sito's brain to instantly spark with worldly desires. "I was thinking that since we had come all the way to the beach, I couldn't miss the opportunity to swim." Satis. Wah, huh? You? Sito. Sure enough, Satis seemed pleased with Sito's flustered reaction. Sito ran up to her as she started laying out the sheet and putting up a parasol, and gave her a hand with that, albeit nervously. Sensing his obvious gaze, Satis smiled as she struck a seductive pose and sat down for a moment. "There's no need to worry. I've cast a spell to ward off people from this place, Satis." "No, I'm not worried or anything, Sito." "Really, Tilda? I mean, now you can have me in my swimsuit all to yourself." "If we were at the public beach, some playboys would be hitting on me, and I can't have that, Satis." This was their private area, so to speak. With a provocative smile on her face, Satis, who was practically naked, felt the warmth of the sunshine and the breeze of the sea through the parasol, as if she were taking a break. "Sito, I don't mind at all if you look at me, but don't forget about your fishing rod. Something's pulling on it, you know?" Satis. Right, Sito." Satis giggled as she watched Sito hurrying away. She could not help but enjoy seeing him act and react differently from usual. "Now, let's take our time to have fun, Satis." Here began Sito and Satis' private and relaxing time at the beach. I can't relax, Sito." Chapter 43, When I Picked Up Seashells in the Ocean, I Thought of You. Chapter 43, When I Picked Up Seashells in the Ocean, I Thought of You. Satis swam a short distance from where Sito was fishing. She would occasionally dive down and pick up shells from the bottom of the sea with a cheerful expression on her face. Sito, who was absent-mindedly gazing at her, was quietly spending his time clutching his fishing rod, which had not moved at all since that last tug. As she soaked her whole body in the ocean water without hiding her joy, she seemed like a woman who had never even seen blood or dirt. Her smile looked so pure it was hard to believe that she was someone who lived in a world so far removed from this paradise. Seeing her with such a happy face, Sito once again thought from the bottom of his heart that he was glad to be walking through life with her. He could not help but feel grateful to Satis for the emotional fulfillment he had right now. "Being in such a quiet place with Satis is not so bad, I guess." Sito. When he finally regained his composure from his initial bewilderment, Satis swam over to him. "Come on, Sito. You've been sitting still all this time. Let's swim together, Satis." "No, thanks. I'm good, Sito." Why not? Could it be that you can't swim?" Satis. Satis beautifully climbed up the seashore and examined Sito's expression from behind. The confusion he had shaken off with difficulty was now back with a vengeance. She looked so provocative at close range that Sito's body felt restless. "No, it's not that I can't swim, but now's just not the right time, Sito." "Why?" Satis. "No reason, Sito." Satis smiled mischievously at Sito, who did not turn to face her at all. "You know what happens to bad boys who say mean things?" "Gotcha, Satis." She hugged Sito's back, wrapped her long thin arms in front of his body, and brought herself close to him. WWWWHA. Sito. Sito's tension reached its peak due to him feeling her womanly softness on his back and her breathing at close range. Having sensed his rising body temperature and urges while feeling his neck and flanks, Satis said something even more provocative. Fufafu tilde. Remember that touching me is banned tilde. So no doing anything naughty, okay? Satis. Why you say it's banned? Yet you do it to me? Sito. Nobody ever said I couldn't. If you keep being a bad boy who won't listen to his big sister, I'm going to punish you even worse, you know, like this. Satis. Sito. Satis swiftly slipped her hands into Sito's clothes and started tickling him. As if she knew all his sensitive spots, she ran her fingers right over them. The sensation he felt on his skin made him twist, but Satis gave him no chance to escape. Oh okay, fine. I give up. So please quit the ha 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 ha, Sito. Okay, then, Satis. Sito was finally released, and hung his head in exhaustion. This was the first time in his life that he had ever been subjected to a tickle attack. His clothes were soaked in sweat, and a clammy sensation enveloped him. Even if I agreed to swim, I don't have any swimwear on me, Sito. Maybe you could just take off your top and I can easily use magic to dry your clothes. Anyway, Satis. For someone who insisted that they swam together, her answer to his problem was rather half-hearted. However, figuring that it would not be so inconvenient as long as she could dry his clothes properly, he took off his jacket and lightened himself up. After doing some warm-up exercises to loosen his body, he decided to enjoy swimming in the sea with her. Under the blue ocean, Sito was fascinated by the scenery so different from that on land. On the surface of the sea shaken by the waves, the light shimmered accordingly, and underwater, shades of color so gentle that you would not feel the heat of the season, were pouring down to the bottom. Small fish were swimming, and crab-like animals were walking on the bottom. There was a moment of peace and order unique to the ocean. It was a magnificent scenery drifting on the boundary line between land and sea. After catching his breath, he dove back down to watch the scenery, and Satis was picking up another seashell from the bottom. It was a kind of spiral shell that was empty. A lovely shell with a pale pink color and an elongated silhouette. Like all the shells she had collected so far, it was small enough to fit in her palm. Satis gestured for Sito to swim back to the surface. The boy nodded and emerged from the water with her. What's wrong, Satis? Sito. Phew. Isn't this pretty? I was thinking of joining it with the other seashells I've collected to make an accessory. Satis. An accessory? Good idea. I'm sure anything would look good on you, Sito. It won't be for me. I'll make it for you, Sito. Satis. For me? Are you sure an accessory would suit me? Sito. Up until now, Sito had only ever adorned himself with weapons, so he was sort of reluctant to the idea of equipping himself with something for the purpose of fashion in his daily life. He believed that fashion was meaningless in battle, and even now that he was no longer a soldier, this belief was still rooted in Sito's mind as a residue. When he was facing Osiris, his eyes were sparkling because he thought that he looked cool from a military standpoint, but he was basically ignorant of fashion in everyday life. However, since it was Satis who suggested he wear it, he did not show any such reluctance. Geez, you should show a bit more interest in fashion. I already like you the way you are now, but I would love it if you were fashionable and took care of your appearance, Satis. Is that so? Well, you went out of your way to gather them, so I'll wear it when it's done, Sito. That's what I wanted to hear. Then let's go back to the beach at once and take a break. Swimming for extended periods is dangerous for humans, Satis. Satis seemed very pleased at the opportunity to make an accessory for Sito. Although he was not interested in fashion, Sito chuckled in secret, happy to see Satis smile. They both went back to the beach and sat side by side on the sheet, under the parasol. While Sito was taking a breather while sipping some water, Satis quickly took out her tools from her dimensional pocket, and started working on it. She really can stuff anything in there, Sito. As he thought that, Sito laid down beside her. The wind felt as gentle as usual, but it carried the heat of the sunlight, and wrapped itself around the soaked bodies of our protagonists. Fufafu. You swam a lot, after all. Do get some rest, Satis. Okay, Sito. Saying that, Sito closed his eyelids. For the time being, he did not fall asleep, but doing so helped him relax. Even if his field of vision was now pitch black, he knew Satis was right next to him. He tried to picture her in his mind, but stopped. All things considered, she looked way too arousing for him to imagine. The truth was that all the outfits she had worn so far had left quite an impression on him. That swimsuit really caught me off guard. It's like that time we took a bath in the village. Ugh, I can't get any of those thoughts out of my head. I really am a lost cause. Sito. As Sito closed his eyes and was secretly disappointed in himself, Satis stopped her hands and looked at the boy. Then she smiled with delight at the changes in his emotions compared to when they first met. You still have a long way to go, Sito. But once you're a little older, I'm sure you'll feel on an even deeper level than you do now. When that time comes, I'll be sure to do something really nice for you. But for now, this will do. Okay? Satis. What she was making would serve as a good luck charm for the days to come. Satis worked on that pendant while praying for it to grant a long and healthy life to its owner. Chapter 44, The Wendigos of the Forest. Chapter 44, The Wendigos of the Forest. TN, Happy New Year 2023. Meanwhile, the Demon King's army, led by a lizardman as its general, was marching through the deep forest towards the city of Alain Donna. To get from the Demon King's territory to the country where the city was located, one had to cross mountains and forests, which was a long way to go, and after the Demon King threw a tantrum about results immediately, he recklessly ordered his men to take the shortest path possible. Predictably enough, the morale of the army that was put together for that was remarkably low, and everyone marched in formation looking heavily depressed. Although, there was one man who was an exception. I'm so booed, Goburaku you tilde. Wanna play word chain? Sebek. What are you, stupid? I think you're a bit too relaxed about all this, Goburaku. In a deep forest beyond the border, Sebek the magic swordsman and Goburaku the goblin were at the rear end of the march, where the atmosphere felt eerie, and the mood was gloomy. Sebek was being the same jokester as usual, while Goburaku scolded him in silence, worried about the day he would be made to take responsibility for his companion's behavior as punishment. But it was then that Sebek brought up a certain topic. Hey, Goburaku, do you know what kind of forest we're in? Sebek, is there anything special about it? Goburaku. Well, you see, this here is the Wendigo Forest. You know, they jump out all murky and moaning. Sebek. Goburaku winced at that name while showing a bitter smile to Sebek, whose eyes were not smiling despite saying that in a playful tone. Of course, Goburaku was aware of the existence of Wendigos, but he had never actually seen one. Because seeing them personally meant that you were on death's doorstep, making them creatures to fear for eternity. Therefore, numerous humans and animals stayed away from their territory and consecrated grounds. In fact, none of the humans who were foolish enough to enter their domain in hope of catching a glimpse of the Wendigos ever returned. Apparently, save for a handful of them, the Wendigos never left territory or sacred land. Word had it that any action taken outside of them became difficult, as if they were blocked by an invisible wall. But their power was so great that no existing weapon or magic was a match for it. Long ago, some people attempted to burn down the place where the Wendigos were supposed to reside from afar. But the arsonists disappeared without a trace. It was probably the Wendigos' doing, but the mystery of how they managed to eliminate those who tried to burn down their land, and without leaving any trace, had yet to be resolved. The wisdom of monsters, and an existence possessing unknown powers beyond the reach of human evolution. Such was the reputation of the Wendigos. And that's who they are. Doesn't matter if they're dealing with monsters or others, they'll mercilessly bare their fangs at anyone who intrudes upon their turf. Maybe they'll eat them, or maybe they'll drag them into some other dimension. But if that happens, they're as good as dead. Sebek. They attacked anyone, monsters included. Goburaku could hardly believe it. But Sebek did not seem like the kind of man who would joke about something like that. If this place was indeed the Wendigo's habitat, then they were already onto the Demon King's army. As warriors, they had survived numerous hardships and battlefields, but here, they fell into the illusion that there was a mysterious presence in the forest. It was a sensation that made their hearts beat faster, and made them feel as if they might lose their composure and run into desperation if they were not careful. In contrast, Sebek was the same as usual, walking with the gait of a zombie, and his eyes wide open. And even Goburoku himself had gotten fed up with the Demon King, wondering if he had ordered them to march through this forest knowing that it was the Wendigos' sacred land. If the latter were indeed observing them, they could very well attack them at any moment. "Hey, look down here, Sebek." Sebek suddenly stopped and urged Goburoku to look at the ground. Between the ground and the weeds trampled by the monsters, they saw an antiquated wooden structure. "What's this?" Goburoku. "A totem pole." "This was made to serve as a warning sign, Sebek." "Don't tell me." "Goburoku, the land past this totem pole was their sacred land. Once they entered it, nothing could guarantee their survival anymore. We have to warn the others. It's dangerous over there. We need to find a safe route." Goburoku panicked. But Sebek simply smirked, and started walking in a different direction. Goburoku called out to him, but Sebek, whose was humming as he moved deeper into the thickets, turned a deaf ear to him. "Gee, goddammit, Goburoku." Goburoku abandoned the advancing Demon King's army, and ran in Sebek's direction. It's a warrior's honor to die in battle, but dying in such a place would just be foolish, or so he told himself. Then, as the Demon King's army advanced deeper into the sacred land of the Wendigos, a change occurred. As they went deeper into it, a strange fog began to form. Green and undulating, it began to surround the Demon King's army, blocking their view. The entire army, which had halted its advance, was tense and filled with fighting spirit. "This fog is clinging to us. Don't drop your guard, you lot." "Lizardman!" the lizardman in the lead shouted. However, the next moment, one of the monsters in the center of the line began to suffer, holding his neck. "You, Bleowug! Monster A!" As he screamed, his mouth was ripped open, and a repulsive creature with a loud, monstrous voice came out of it. At first glance, that thing looked like a mummy with countless lumps of moss growing on its bandages. With its human-like mouth wide open, it emerged from the monster, stretching its arms and legs so long that they could not belong to a human. However, the mummy was not the only one. The monster's belly was ripped open, then his back, and countless mummies sprung forth from them. Little small spiderlings having eaten their way out of their parent spider's belly. They crawled out of that monster, and quickly attacked the Demon King's army on all four. They were the Wendigos of the forest who dwelled in the sacred land of the woods. They had the horrifying appearance and aspect of something that was neither human nor monster. Truly the appearance of barbaric devils that went against everything we knew in this world. In the world of humans where normalcy and common sense were advocated, their existence was perhaps even more impossible to accept than that of monsters. At that same time, the monsters had a hunch about how if the Wendigos were a type of spirit that embodied the will of nature, and if such creatures were found everywhere, then the world they lived in was just full of horrors. And how nature was by no means a silent deity. And how there were beings who scowled at those who were enjoying the pleasures of civilization from the depths of the unknown abyss. Lizardman. The Demon King's army panicked at their sudden appearance, which completely ignored the laws of physics and magic theory. Moreover, because countless others came out of the other monsters, they had nowhere to run. Even when they tried to fight back, the Wendigos were far more agile than expected, and in the blink of an eye, a large number of the monsters' souls were claimed by the forest. Run! Hurry up and escape from their sacred land! Lizardman. The lizardman rushed forward, following him as their commander-in-chief. The monsters also started running, but the Wendigos of the forest would not let them. The thick green fog made them lose their bearings, and they slaughtered the monsters who got lost one after another. Monster B. A monster who was running next to the lizardman was snatched by multiple Wendigos from the top of a tree. The Demon King's army ran in fear of the Wendigos, who brutally tore the monsters into pieces, chewed them, and toyed with their lumps of flesh regardless of their size, weight, race, etc. Then, by the time they managed to escape the thick green fog, The Demon King's army had been reduced to even less than half its original number. When the thick fog cleared, they were greeted by the sight of the same old vast forest. It was quiet, as if all the mayhem from earlier had been a lie. There was no blood, no flesh, and not even a trace of that agonizing spectacle. This is a nightmare, Lizardman. The Lizardman slumped to the ground. And so did his subordinates, even though the sacred land was still close by. I knew it. Even if it had taken us longer, we should have taken a detour. If we had, this would have never happened, Lizardman. After staying there for a while, Sebek and Goburoku, who did not enter the sacred land and had gone around it by taking a different path, joined up with them. Man, that's quite a number we've lost. Nah, considering we got away with only this much damage, I guess it's all good, Sebek. There's nothing good about that. Just what in the world? Goburoku was at a loss for words. The other monsters helplessly glared at the two of them, but they did not look down on the man or abuse him as they usually did. They had neither the physical nor mental strength to do so right now. The Wendigos can't leave their sacred land, but we'd better stay cautious. Why don't we leave this place, Mr. Commander? Sebek. I get it. Don't tell me what to do, Lizardman. The Lizardman replied weakly, reorganized his troops and led the march again. Everyone but Sebek had their faces painted with terror and emptiness, as if this had been the March of the Dead. Chapter 45, A Hollow, Wavering Heart in a Prison Under the Moon, in the Quiet of Daytime. Chapter 45, A Hollow, Wavering Heart in a Prison Under the Moon, in the Quiet of Daytime. It was in the guard station of Benjamin Village. There was a cell in the back guarded by the red-haired woman, Keelim. Inside it, a young girl was sitting on the edge of a modest bed. Her name was Hydra, and she was a member of the Heroes Party until they kicked her out by sending her chasing after Sito. Her complexion had gotten better after being fed, but she looked completely detached from everything, and the feeling of being tired of life was weighing down on her shoulders. Hey, you've got a visitor, Keelim. Visitor? Hydra. It's Mayor Scarlet. Looks like she wanna talk to you, Keelim. What's there to talk about at this point? Look at me. I'm a criminal. I used to be a member of the Heroes Party, carrying the expectations of my country, my father, and by extension, all of mankind on my back. And now, I'm just a pathetic mess, Hydra. And it's because you're such a pathetic mess that she wants to talk to you once. I'll call you again when it's time, Keelim. Hydra helplessly watched Keelim leave after she said that. She was dressed in prison clothes instead of her martial arts uniform, and her long dark hair, instead of being tied in buns, was let loose in a messy manner. She looked nothing like the gallant and awe-inspiring female martial artist she used to be. She was like a powerless girl who had witnessed the end of the world. The village of eccentrics, Hydra. She hung her head and mumbled to herself. Though it had been to find Sito, perhaps fate had had a hand in her getting washed up here. Yeah, I guess I'm an eccentric too. I thought I had been on the straight and narrow until now. I followed my father's teachings, revered good and despised evil. But at what point did I go wrong with that? Hydra. She asked herself that same question for a long time, her vacant eyes fixed on the floor. After a while, Keelim returned and put shackles on her. How cautious of you. Do you think I even have the will to resist at this point? Hydra. You're a martial artist, so I can never be too careful with you. Just saying, but even if you try to resist, Keelim. I know, I wouldn't want you to tackle me again, Hydra. With a self-mocking smile on her face, she went to the visiting room set up in the guard station. There, she met the village mayor Scarlet, and Ryodu Anacondal. How are you feeling? Scarlet. Terrible, as you can see, Hydra. Hydra answered with her eyes cast down. I've heard about you. If I recall, you are a member of the Heroes Party, currently on a journey to defeat the Demon King, aren't you, Scarlet? Former member, to be precise. I can't go back anymore. Neither to my country nor the party. What right would I have to return to them? Hydra. Just what in the world happened to you? Satis-san and Sito-kun told me what state you were in when they saw you. It did not sound reassuring, though, Scarlet. I know. They said I looked like a ghost. I bet. That's right. I once agreed with the hero's decision, and voted Sito out of our party. What do you think happened after that? We couldn't fill the void left by his departure. The party's order was disrupted, and we began to hate each other. Hydra spoke in detail about what happened after Sito was banished. At first, she spoke with a feeling of self-mockery, but then, tears began to well up, as if in repentance, as she exposed all the maliciousness in her heart that had accumulated over time. But now, I don't know anymore. I don't know if expelling Sito was the right thing to do. Sure, his way of fighting and thinking was brutal. He wouldn't stop attacking until his foes were dead. And I scorned him for it. I thought fighting only for the sake of killing was an act of barbarism. And without even questioning his position as a boy soldier, only focusing on the good and evil in front of me, I had distorted my own view of the humanity and justice my father taught me. I saw Sito, who had struggled so hard to survive in the harsh environment that is the battlefield, only as a ruthless, devilish child. By looking down on him, I was under the impression that I was on the side of good. Hydra. Then, she met Sito again in this village, and witnessed the change in him. However, his new attitude was unacceptable to Hydra, who was backed into a corner. She was supposed to despise killing, but she wanted him to be a killer for her own protection, and when she finally met the boy again, he refused. "I'm not a soldier anymore. I want to live my own life." His words were like a denial of all the hardships Hydra had endured, and they proved extremely effective in rousing up her exhausted spirit. In the end, she was defeated by Satis, whom she heard was living by Sito's side, and was incarcerated in the village's prison. At that same time, the two protagonists departed from the village. In the first place, did Sito even despise the fighting, his enemies, or evil? No, he didn't hate any of those. Otherwise, it wouldn't have made sense for him not to retaliate against me. I should have realized that, despite being tossed around as a soldier amidst the hatred and warfare of friends and foes alike, Sito never resented anyone. Hydra. I'm guessing that was due to the kid's innately high sensitivities. Soldiers are compelled by their nations to hate and kill their enemies. Same goes for boy soldiers. I'm sure the kid despised his enemies at first, but he must have realized along the way that this kind of sentiment was pointless. Yodu, who had been listening to Hydra in silence, joined in the conversation. But even if one understands that, as a soldier, they're not allowed to escape the battlefield, especially if they're a boy soldier, the kid kept fighting, even though he knew this was all an absurdity created by the grown-ups. The kid fought for his country and for the adults. And for you guys, the hero's party, Yodu. Hydra suddenly remembered something. It was at the end of the battle. Sito had laid waste to their enemies, whether they were humans or monsters. He showed no mercy. But he did not feel any pleasure in killing, nor any sadness for the dead. What was reflected in his eyes was an endless emptiness. It was the look of a killer who destroyed his enemies in a clerical, workmanlike, and warlike manner. It was a cold, inorganic, and expressionless face, something a child his age was not supposed to make. Sito's thoughts on the battlefield diverged from those of his fellow party members. It was not that he did not feel anything about killing. He simply concluded that there was no point in feeling anything about it. Why didn't anyone do anything nice for him? Why didn't I reach out to him back then? Why didn't I walk up to him when everybody hated him and he had to eat by himself in the dark? Why didn't I invite him to eat together? Isn't that precisely the sort of humanity my father taught me? How could I misunderstand the meaning of humanity like that? Hydra. Humanity, as in, a compassionate and benevolent heart. Yes. Such a marvelous philosophy your father has, Scarlet. And yet, on my journey, I trampled on my father's teachings. What have I done with my life? Hydra smiled in self-deprecation with tears streaming down her face. She looked so frail that it was hard to believe she was one who had led the mighty life of a martial artist. About Satis-san. I don't know about the time she was the enemy of your group, but she was a wonderful woman. She loves Sito from the bottom of her heart. I'm sure she's part of the reason he's changed, isn't she? Scarlet. Satis. Now that I think about it, she did say that she was no longer a general of the Demon King's army. I don't know the whole story behind this, But I see. I guess Sito knows what it is to be loved now. And yet, here I was, treating him like a tool. I was so wrong about everything on a fundamental level. Hydra, though her face was soaked in tears, there was a hint of satisfaction in it, and for the first time, from the bottom of her heart, she congratulated Sito for finding freedom. He would have been at a loss what to do after being kicked out, but he met Satis on that same day, and was finally enjoying his life. Who in the world would have the right to trample on the happiness he was feeling right now? Hydra's heart was cleaned of all malice. At the same time, the despair that had been weighing on her body also vanished. My, you have a much brighter look on your face now, Scarlet. Mayor, as a consequence of my short-sighted actions based on my immature ideology, I have caused a great deal of trouble to your village. Please punish me as you see fit, Hydra. Hydra spoke formally, and bowed to her two visitors. She was ready to face the consequences of her own crimes. Even if she was to be beheaded, she was willing to accept it. Punish you, you say? What should we do, Yoda-san? Scarlet, you're asking me? Well, let's see. Keelim, take off her shackles for now, Yodu. Hydra looked up in surprise. Keelim removed her shackles, making her arms feel lighter instantly. Why? Hydra, no particular reason. I'm just the kind of guy who feels pissed off when he sees a young woman like you chained up and stuff, Yodu. But I'm a heinous criminal. I'm a bad person, you know? Hydra, you had your own reasons, right? And sad ones at that. You two have been played by the times, just like us, Yodu. Eh? Hydra, Hydra-san, from now on, you are free. Or so I say, but before you leave this place, you have to recover first, you hear? The village sorcerer may have treated you, but you still need to rest your body. Please stay in our village for a while, Scarlet. Why are you treating me so kindly? This doesn't make sense. Even though I'm a despicable person, Hydra. She got up from her chair and raised her voice with sadness. Seeing her like this, Scarlet answered with a smile. Why, indeed. Perhaps because this is the village of eccentrics, and I'm the mayor, Scarlet. After saying that, Scarlet and Yoda left the guard station. Hydra was deeply moved by the warmth of this village, and decided to stay there. Say, are you sure this is what you want? To go back to your cell once more, Keelim? It's fine. Please let me stay here for just one more day. Right now, I want to stay in this cell, Hydra. Hydra sat on her bed again in her prison cell. On the other side of the iron bars installed in the wall, she could see the sky. The daytime moon was out, faintly showing its white surface, and silently watching over Hydra. Her face looked peaceful, as if something that was possessing her had left her body. She would stay in the village and think about what to do from here on out, the same way Sito and Satis had tried to figure it out. Chapter 46, The Demon King's army is approaching. And as for us. Chapter 46, The Demon King's army is approaching. And as for us. That evening, he had finished processing his report of the day in his office, and was having some tea to rest. Then, he received an outlandish report from one of his subordinates, who came in out of breath. What? The Demon King's army, you say? Damn it. What the hell have the lookouts been doing all this time? Osiris, about that, the Demon King's army came through that fabled forest, sir. The Wendigo Forest, Soldier A. Impossible. That area is their sacred land. Crossing it is forbidden. Even if they had a monster with power equal to that of a god, they still wouldn't be able to approach it so easily, Osiris. However, considering the area and direction in which we were able to confirm their position, sir, Soldier A. Osiris suspected that it was a surprise attack. He wondered if the Demon King had devised one by employing a suicidal strategy. Nevertheless, this city was indeed rich in land and resources, and although it would benefit the monsters if they captured it, it would never be worth the risk they would have to take for that. Even if they did manage to overrun the city, news of this would quickly reach the royal capital, and the defeat of the exhausted Demon King's army would be all but guaranteed. According to the soldier's report, many of the monsters were severely injured after crossing the Wendigo Forest, and they were heading to the city as if they were dragging their own bodies along the ground. Confused as he could not guess the Demon King's reasoning, Osiris pondered for a while with a surly look on his face in front of his subordinate. Also, we have received an eyewitness report of another individual, Soldier A, who... Speak up, Osiris. Yes, sir. Apparently, a human-like figure was spotted among the Demon King's forces. Soldier A, a human, in the Demon King's army? No, wait. I think I've read about this one in a previous report. It said that the Demon King's army had a magic swordsman in their ranks. Don't tell me that. He's on his way here? Osiris. The Demon King's army emerged victorious nearly every time that magic swordsman appeared on the battlefield. The way that individual handled his blade was truly a brilliant display of swordsmanship that had been refined to the utmost limit in order to unleash carnage on the battlefield. The power of his magic sword is unknown. But if a guy like that gets here, even if we mobilize all of this city's forces, I don't know if we'd stand a chance. Osiris. That was only his hunch on the powerful enemy he had yet to see. But he felt a chill in his body, as if that formidable foe already had his sword pressed against his neck. We still have time before the Demon King's army arrives. Dispatch a messenger to the royal capital. Demand that they deploy their troops here as soon as possible. And don't forget to evacuate the residents. Osiris. In that case, I shall call the adventurers for mobilization as well. Soldier A. Agreed. Wait, what about Sito? Do you know which inn Sito and Satis are staying at? Osiris. Yes sir. We already know their location. Soldier A. Good. Bring them here now. I can imagine this issue will concern them as well. Osiris. Thus, Osiris summoned Sito and Satis to his office and let them in on the current situation. Sito listened to Osiris while squinting his eyes the whole time, and observed the map spread out on the table. Satis was also momentarily startled and grimacing, but she quickly regained her composure, and presented the other two with the information she had. Regarding that magic swordsman, it's most likely the one I have in mind. The strongest magic sword soldier in the Demon King's army. A human-demon hybrid known by the epithet of Sebek the Raging Crocodile, Satis. This was the character she had intended to tell Sito about back in Benjamin Village. Thinking that they would no longer be involved in the war, she put that piece of info in the back of her mind, but the situation being what it was now, Satis did not hesitate to share what she knew. I've never been directly acquainted with Sebek, but one thing's certain, he's incredibly strong. And probably more so than I am. Satis. A magic swordsman who outclasses even a general. I can't believe they treat a champion like him as a lowly grunt just because he's a human-demon hybrid. Osiris. That's the sort of place the Demon King reigns over. The special power of his magic sword is a mystery, but I've heard the name of his sword only once. I believe it's called Apophis, the snake venom. Satis. Apophis the snake venom, carried by Sebek the Raging Crocodile. Sito muttered, because those words rang a bell in him. There was that letter he received from Mahas Patel before coming to this city. In it, there was a drawing of a snake and a crocodile. What if that picture was referring to Sebek, the strongest soldier in the Demon King's army with his magic sword? Thinking about it that way, he felt more and more concerned with all this. How troublesome. No matter how wounded they are, when you compare the difference in strength between humans and monsters, and besides, with Sebek at their side, their morale might be at its peak. Osiris. When will they arrive? Sito. At the earliest, the day after tomorrow, maybe in the afternoon. Osiris. Can you win? Satis. I won't lose. But this is not a personal battle. The enemy's forces seem to be decreasing. But even so, I'm not sure our city's troops will be strong enough. We would need to hold out until the reinforcements from the royal capital arrive, or maybe we could take down the lizardman acting as their commander-in-chief. Osiris. Osiris replied that a hard-fought battle was inevitable. As long as Sebek's fighting ability was unknown, he could not let his guard down. I'm grateful for the info you provided. I know you guys wanted to come here for tourism and relaxation, but this is also fate at work. You should leave this city as soon as possible. Osiris. Sito. No matter how strong the enemy may be, I, Osiris, am not so gutless as to take pleasure in begging a tourist child for help, Osiris." With these words, Osiris thanked the duo once again, and then asked them to leave the room. They left his facility, returned to their inn amidst the uproar, and prepared to depart from it. Osiris, the face he was making. Sito knew. He knew that Osiris wanted them to fight alongside him. However, he must have changed his mind at the last second after seeing them just now. The two of them were tourists, not adventurers. He could not ask them to fight with him when they wanted to live together in peace, without having to worry about races or affiliation. He refused to let the horrors of war sully them again. Sito? Satis. Ah, sorry. I was spacing out, Sito. Satis called out to Sito, who was looking out the window. You're worried about Osiris, aren't you? Satis, eh? Sito, Fufafu, it's written all over your face. Honestly, you're both so bad at keeping a poker face. Satis, ah, really? Sito. Seeing Sito rubbing his face, Satis smiled gently, and talked to him while casting her eyes down a bit. Say, Sito, should we really run away? Satis, eh? Sito, even if we do run away, the same thing will happen again. That's what I think, Satis. Yeah, I think so too, Sito. They wanted to live together in peace. That wish would never change. However, they wondered if this was something they could achieve by running away continuously. Besides, they owed Osiris and Benjamin Village a debt of gratitude. If this city were to fall into the monster's hands, the village could be impacted as well. Satis had not completely gotten over the horrors of her past either. However, from the bottom of her heart, she was hopeful that as long as she was with Sito, she would have nothing to fear. Satis, please tell me. What do I need to do? Sito, Satis. I can't think big like you and Osiris do. But I've spent my life doing all sorts of reckless things even the grown-ups never dared to do. I can fight. But not for my country, much less for the adults. Please, Osiris is my friend. And you're the most important person to me. So I want to fight for you guys, and for myself. Sito. Osiris was in dire straits right now. The one he had crossed swords with before they acknowledged one another was about to head towards his own death. It pained him to think about that. Satis nodded and sported a dignified smile. Don't worry. Who do you think I am? I'm a woman who has been in charge of military command and planning for a long time. And I have a plan, Satis. With these words, she told Sito what strategy she came up with. Chapter 47. War breaks out. Sito lurks, and Osiris dances. Chapter 47. War breaks out. Sito lurks, and Osiris dances. And then, the day the Demon King's army was expected to arrive had come. That prediction came true, and the monsters had set up their camp away from the city. Instead of being crowded as usual, the air in Alain Donna was heavy with the soldiers' tension and fighting spirit. The request for reinforcements addressed to the royal capital was heeded. They would come as soon as they were ready. Our enemies are heavily wounded, but we can't let our guard down with the presence of that magic sword soldier. If he alone unleashes that unrivaled power of his, the city will fall before the cavalry arrives, and the inhabitants will lose all hope. Osiris glared at the Demon King's army from the top of the city's walls. He was ready to launch himself at them, aware that it would be the biggest challenge he had ever faced. Meanwhile, in the woods far from the city, a lone figure was moving. Sito, can you hear me? Satis, yeah, loud and clear. Sito was moving carefully through the woods. He had been hiding there since yesterday, waiting for the arrival of the Demon King's army. As they closed in on the city, the boy moved closer to their position. In order to strike at the Demon King's army from behind, you will have to go a little further through the woods to a hill with several rocks on it. They are positioned just beyond that point. Satis was communicating with Sito from afar using a telepathy spell. From there, I'll have to remain concealed and crawl along so as not to let them spot me, right? I'm used to that kinda stuff. Sito, be sure not to let your guard down just because you're used to it. Now, I wish you luck. I'll call you back later. Satis cut off the telepathy. Using it as a means of communication was a smart move. Even from afar, she could give precise instructions to the boy. However, if there was one downside to this method, it would be that Sito could not use it to talk to Satis unless she contacted him first. Although he possessed the unique ability to wield a magic sword, he did not have one speck of talent when it came to sorcery. Therefore, he could not use sorcery, much less a telepathy spell. "Well, I'm not one to look a gift horse in the mouth, and I gotta make it back alive no matter what." Sito remembered the seashell accessory Satis made for him at the beach. He did not forget the deep emotion he felt when she gave him his first gift. In order to avoid losing it or breaking it during this mission, he asked Satis to hold onto it for him. He would come back alive and see her again without fail. Then he would put on that accessory again. "I'm almost out of the woods. I found the enemy camp." Sito, crouching in the shadows of the grass and between the trees, he glared at the flank of the Demon King's army. Starting now, he would get behind them undetected, and take out the lizardmen leading their regiment. He spent a while checking the enemy's position. Then the monsters began to form up to go to the front lines. At that moment, a telepathic message from Satis went into his brain. "It looks like the battle is about to begin." Satis: "Yeah, there's barely any monsters left in the camp. Actually, there aren't so many monsters going to the front lines either. And they're all wounded." Sito: "I can't believe they're sent to the battlefield even though they look so worn out. I have no idea what in the world is going on in the Demon King's head. But it doesn't matter, now is your chance. Please keep going." Stealthily. Satis: "Yeah, I know. From now, I will launch my surprise attack." Sito lowered his center of gravity by adopting a crouching stance, and moved on while occasionally hiding in the shade of the grass and the rocks. He could see a few monsters guarding the perimeter of the camp here and there. He proceeded cautiously so as not to be spotted by them. Normally, he would have preferred acting at night, but considering the danger posed by the magic sword soldier Sebek, the boy decided to challenge him to a brief but decisive battle. "With this grass camouflage cloth Satis made for me, and this telescope." Sito, since he was close to the enemy camp, he had to lay on the ground completely. He covered himself with the cloth, and looked for a gap in their defense. At the same time, he heard the monsters shout from even farther ahead. Apparently, they had launched an assault to bring down the city. "Okay, found the hole in their security." Sito mobilized all the covert action skills he had built up over the years to sneak behind enemy lines. "Now let's go back to the battlefield." Legions of soldiers and adventurers, gathered together to defend the city, clashed with the monsters. Men, women, and monsters killed and were killed by their opponents. However, the humans still had the advantage. One of the reasons for this was Osiris' hard struggle. Thanks to his magic gear allowing him to fly, and the light slashes of his magic sword of Thribers mowing down his enemies, there is no escaping this magic sword of mine. Osiris. The monsters fell one after another due to his aerial attacks. However, the Demon King's army also brought monsters capable of flight to this battlefield. Osiris' aim was accurate, and he shot them down one by one. However, the ones that remained flew around him at high speed, breathing out fire and the likes at him, and gradually driving him into a corner. HMPH. Not bad. But if you think you can finish me off with that, you're sorely mistaken. Osiris. As soon as a green glow emanated from his eyes behind his visor, he manifested a second magic sword out of thin air. The King's Heart of Thribers is a 2-in-1 magic sword. This is its true form. Osiris, with that, he spun both of his magic swords with his fingertips in a fast and graceful motion. Then, he firmly gripped the handles, and fired in bursts at the flying monsters. Gujiawah! Flying monsters. Their bodies were gouged out and they fell to the ground one after another. Without losing that same momentum, he directed his shots at the monsters on the ground, shooting them down one by one. Woo! So this is the power of the magic swordsman of Alain Donna. How terrifying! Goburoku. While Goburoku was trembling in fear, Sebek, who was mercilessly swinging his magic sword at the humans, turned his attention to Osiris. An attack from above? Well, isn't that interesting? Sebek. This is no time to be so carefree. Can't you do something about him? Gobyoroku. Fine, fine. I just gotta kill him, right? But before I do, are you still hesitating? We're on a battlefield, remember? You could die, you know. Sebek. My blade wasn't made to cut down women and children, Gobyoroku, and I'm telling you, quit using the back of your blade and letting them go. You're a monster, aren't ya? They're your enemies, so kill them. We're not playing sword fight in a playground, Sebek. I'm a goblin second, and a warrior first. Even if this is a battlefield, staining my sword with the blood of women and children is a disgrace, Gobyoroku. You just don't get it. When you go out on the battlefield, whether they're a man or a woman, it doesn't matter, Sebek. Saying that, he dodged the blade of a swordswoman who was trying to slash him from behind, and stabbed her. Gobyoroku grimaced for a moment when he saw this. But the humans who immediately rushed over pointed their blades at him, and he readied his sword once again. Amateur, Sebek. Am I being crazy? Gobyoroku. How should I know? Sebek. Right after he thought about dealing with Osiris, he suddenly took a glance at their own military camp. He instantly realized that the situation inside it had gotten a little suspicious, and smirked. Gobyoroku, you stay here and fight, Sebek. What? Hey, Gobyoroku. Gobyoroku's complaints fell on deaf ears, and Sebek ran back to their base with a gleeful smile. His leg strength as a human-demon hybrid was so great that he was back in the camp in no time. It was there that he saw the object of his great delight, something both incredible and that he himself wished for. I found it. My wonderful encounter, Sebek. What he found there was Sito, a boy wielding his magic sword to exterminate the monsters within campgrounds. Chapter 48, Clash. Destruction and Storm vs. Raging Crocodile. Chapter 48, Clash. Destruction and Storm vs. Raging Crocodile. Jaya, Lizardman. The Lizardman who served as the enemy general abruptly fell to Sito's blade. But soon after, he met the one who would become his greatest enemy. The strongest magic sword soldier of the Demon King's army, also known as Sebek. By the time he noticed his presence, the man was already just one step away from him. So, it's you, Sito. Sito held his sword in front of him and glared at Sebek, who was beyond the top of his blade. In contrast, Sebek did not even take any fighting stance, and gave Sito a look of interest while resting the top of his magic sword on his shoulder instead. So you know who I am, Sito. At first glance, he was a gloomy-looking man who seemed to be in his 20s or 30s. The upper half of his body, naked and well-trained, was painted with lines of various colors, and the countless sword scars on him proved that he was a fearless warrior who had fought countless battles. His head was devoid of any hair, and his wide-open eyes were unfocused. In fact, he never blinked at all. With only a subtle smile on his face, Sebek observed Sito from head to toe. Say, what's your name? Did you come here on your own? That's impressive for a kid. Reminds me of my time as a boy soldier. I was as reckless as you are, Sebek. What, Sito? So, what's your name? I'd really love to hear it. Mine is Sebek, although, it's not even my real name, and I've never even had one to begin with. Sebek. While narrowing his eyes and remaining alert in response to Sebek's suspicious behavior, Sito introduced himself. For the time being, I'm Sito, just a traveler. I owe a debt of gratitude to that city, that's why I'm fighting on this battlefield. Sito. Sitochi. Then, I see, that's a nice name. Who ordered you to come here? Sebek. I'm acting of my own free will, not on anyone's order. Sito. Sebek approached Sito one step at a time, while the boy kept scowling at him sharply. With every step he took, Sito took one backwards while rubbing the soles of his shoes on the ground to open up the gap between them. The unusual air around Sebek made his skin tingle. Don't be so on edge. Let's chat some more, would ya? Sebek. Right after Sebek said that while approaching him nonchalantly, Sito made his move. Holding his magic sword at his side in a flowing motion, he laid his blade horizontally to perform a lateral sweep. With an instantaneous high-speed movement, he had the man within his attacking range. Just as the tip of his sword was about to gouge out Sebek's stomach, The latter instantly stepped backwards to dodge the lateral sweep, and unleashed a downward slash from above. NGH, Sito. Sito gasped for a second, and twisted his head and body to avoid the blow. By stepping hard with his right foot, Sito unleashed a diagonal sword slash from below, and Sebek responded in kind. He shifted the trajectory of Sito's sword slash by having his blade slide on his own, and followed up with a lateral sweep by spinning like a water wheel. Although Sito ended up getting his cheek grazed by the tip of his foe's sword, he threw himself backward into the air and landed on his feet. Before they put distance between each other again, the tremendous gale caused by their sword swings howled repeatedly, and their blades sparked like lightning as they crossed over and over. Every time they stepped on the ground, clouds of dust flew up, and the pressure from swinging their swords sliced the few petals that had been carried their way by the wind. Then, between the two exceedingly fierce swordsmen, a silent pause was created by their killing intents. Sito had made the first move, but Sebek's ability to parry it without difficulty like he did was already beyond the capacities of ordinary humans. Sniff, 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 Sebek. Suddenly, Sebek started smelling Sito's blood on his blade. Smells so good. I can smell you on my blade, Sitochi. The thick scent of someone who has killed so many times in his life. Sebek, this guy. Sito. As Sebek muttered quietly, he adopted a new stance. He casually held his sword sideways and pointed downwards, spread his legs with one foot in front of the other, and kept his back hunched. Sito felt a chill down his spine as Sebek prepared to attack him with a sword technique that would defy the boy's expectations. At the same time, he tried to figure out what sort of swordsman Sebek was. As a human-demon hybrid, he thought he would be the type to overwhelm his opponents with superhuman strength and speed, but in fact, he fought in no such way. What was truly terrifying about him was his skill and proficiency with a sword. Human beings were tied to many things. Experience, talent, effort, and so on came with a lot. In the case of swordsmanship, it became more evident as you mastered it. However, Sebek's swordsmanship had reached a whole different level. This skill he developed in his continuous and single-minded pursuit of killing made it possible for him to achieve an unrestrained and deadly swordsmanship that was not bound by any human thought. Whether he was up against a sword prodigy, a swordsman who had risen to greatness through hard work, or a seasoned master, Sebek's swordplay had reached a level that allowed him to fight back against all of them. As he repositioned his own sword by pointing it downward in front of him, Sito suddenly wondered just how many foes did he have to kill to master the sword like so. Your swordsmanship is so unique, Sitochi. Just like mine, it's the type that you can exhibit at full power only on the battlefield. Sebek. What about it? Sito. Still, there's a crucial difference between you and me. Something you can only realize by crossing swords, that is. The thing about you is, you may appreciate other people, but you don't appreciate yourself, right? Sebek. Myself, Sito. You're aware that you're a lowly guy, and that your hands are tainted. You respect and try to love others, but you have a low opinion of yourself. That's what your swordsmanship tells me. And that's no good. It's such a waste. When you wanna live as yourself, you gotta love yourself. Sebek. Sito almost lost his will to fight due to the sudden topic, but he managed to regain his resolve. However, Sebek's words did cause a stir somewhere in Sito's heart. You said you were just a traveler, right? Don't you wanna join the battlefield? Why not join me so we can get out there and kill everyone in sight? You're a battle maniac, just like me. If you come to love the battlefield, you'll surely come to love yourself too. No matter how long or short it is, a life where you love others but don't love yourself is an empty one, you know? Sebek. Sebek's indifferent tone belied a violent impulse that looked like ecstasy. Was it the joy of meeting a kindred spirit, or the madness of meeting an even stronger foe? The boy failed to get a read on Sebek, who was looking practically emotionless. Are you done talking yet? Try and throw me off all you want, but it won't work, you goddamn freak. Sito. Sorry, but you see, when a tough kid like you calls me a freak, I just love it. Sebek. Sito stared daggers at Sebek as he took a stance, and faced him. As for the latter, he gleefully smiled and prepared his next attack. The clash of their killing intents was stronger than before. As if to say that their previous altercation was just to try each other out, they infused their purest killing intent into their swords. "Let's go, Sito!" As he shouted a battle cry, Sito kept a low stance and slashed at Sebek. Chapter 49, The Cold Sword Gale briefly comes to an end. Chapter 49, The Cold Sword Gale briefly comes to an end. The two warriors slashed at each other countless times. Their swordplay made up of blindingly fast moves generated howling gusts of winds between them. "Well, I'll be damned. That's not the kind of swordsmanship a kid should possess. Just one mistake, and my head could fall right away. Now this is getting fun." Sebek. "He's able to match my speed and power with overwhelming skill. I can't even spot a single opening." Sito. As they kept analyzing each other's abilities and swordsmanship, Sito received a telepathic call from Satis. "Sito, Sito, what's going on?" Satis. "I'm currently fighting the magic sword soldier Sebek. I know you told me he was strong, but this is more than I expected." Sito. "You have to run away now. I'm not sure if even you can beat him." Satis. "If I could run away, I would have done so by now. Besides, there's no way I can let this guy run free right now." Sito. Sebek approached him vigorously while keeping his stance low, laid the curved blade of his magic sword horizontally, and went for a sword thrust. Although Sito managed to dodge that, he felt the same chill of death all hunted prey felt when his foe shifted to a lateral slash. However, Sito gathered his courage and found a chance to win. He instantly switched to an underhand grip to defend himself against the lateral slash with the blade of his sword, then let Sebek slide off it, circled around to his flank at once, and put everything he had into a low-positioned sword slash. Having found a momentary opening, Sito unleashed a diagonal backhanded slash. NGH, Sebek. Blood gushed out from Sebek's left side. However, it did not stop there. Sito launched another series of attacks. As if diving past him, he followed the course of his first attack, and struck again at the man's flank with a lateral backhanded slash. With that same momentum, he turned around, twisted his sword handle, and launched a third attack that consisted in holding the sword above his own head for a downward slash on Sebek's back. "I can read you like a book, Sebek." As soon as he shouted, Sebek intercepted the slash with his magic sword. He defended his back without even turning around. Sito squinted his eyes as he witnessed Sebek's dreadfully high power output, and the rapid regenerative ability of his body. "When you go for the killing strike, you can't be so sloppy about it, Sebek." "I see, so you being a human-demon hybrid isn't just for show." Sito. He. "Wanna become one too?" Sebek. "As if." Sito. The sparks from the clash of their magic swords scattered vigorously. As soon as the blades slid away from each other in a smooth motion, the two swordsmen started slashing at each other again. Having suffered one of Sito's onslaughts earlier, Sebek improved his defense accordingly, making it harder for the boy to attack. However, it did not make such an overwhelming difference for him at all, and Sito was convinced that there had to be an opening for him to take advantage of. "Neither of us is getting anywhere, so how about we have some fun and bust out the powers of our magic swords?" Sebek. "Fine by me. No matter what powers your magic sword has, I'll break through all of them." Sito. After putting enough distance between each other, the glow magic swordsmen characteristically emitted when they unleashed the power of their blades began to shine. Sito's glow was as bright red as a burning flame, while Sebek's was as pale as clear water. Sito's eyes emitted a red glow as intense as a raging fire or a wild lightning, and he glared at Sebek with a Nani-like look on his face. In contrast, the man's face had more of a nihilistic serenity to it, and his wide-open eyes had their eyelids halfway down. Now that he could exhibit overwhelming speed and power, Sito intimidatingly approached him while bursting out his killing intent, though he remained wary of the special power of Sebek's magic sword. On the other hand, Sebek stayed in a defenseless posture. He dropped the tip of his sword diagonally, and put one of his feet in front of the other. "That stance looks weird. Still, I'll settle this immediately." Sito. With that in mind, just as he was about to slice his foe at an explosive speed, something unbelievable happened in front of him. A stray arrow suddenly flew in from behind and was about to hit Sebek with great force. However, the moment it was about 5 meters away from him, it was blocked by an invisible wall, or rather, by an invisible slash. And before it could reach its target, it was cut to pieces. Of course, Sebek did not swing his weapon. He was protected by the special power of his magic sword while standing still. What? Sito. Tch. The cat's out of the bag before the fight even started, Sebek. In addition to Sebek's tongue clicking, Sito could hear the humans' war cries and the sound of their tempestuous march. The monsters were scattering in all directions like baby spiders, with the humans on their tails. Sito. It looks like the reinforcements from the royal capital have arrived. We've won. Satis. We may have won the battle, but I still have to finish it with this guy. Sito. Kh. If only I could help you get out of this somehow. Satis. Satis said regretfully on the other end of the telepathic call. She had a general idea of Sito's location, and could use her spells to provide assistance from the rear lines if necessary. But if Sebek was nearby, this would be a difficult task, and aiming at Sebek with pinpoint accuracy while Sito was at close range would be a tall order. Please hold out as long as you can. I'm headed your way. Satis. I'll try. Sito. However, it was now hard for him to come any closer to Sebek. If he used that invisible slash again, even Sito would not get out of this unscathed. This was Sebek's trump card. Unless he found a way around it, he had no chance of winning. As he gradually approached him with that in mind, a single goblin appeared as if to put a damper on this match. Sebek. Bad news. We've lost. The human cavalry has arrived. Damn it. Why did you have to leave the front lines? Goburoku. Immediately after saying that, the goblin, or rather Goburoku, caught sight of Sito. Instantly sensing that they were in the middle of a duel, he fell silent. Right now, Sebek was seriously trying to kill the boy, and vice versa. We've still got time before the human army gets here. So let's have some fun, Sitochi. Sebek. Sito. Sebek's cold and inorganic voice was overflowing with murderous intent. He was simply standing there without moving, yet Sito could not get any closer to him. Once Satis arrives, maybe we can find a way to turn the tables on him. But that would put her in danger. In that case, there's only one solution to this. I need to move and cut him faster than his invisible slash, and faster than his sword. Sito. He put his strength into the hand holding his magic sword. He was about to take a step forward to slash at his foe at once. Sebek grinned eerily as he also prepared to intercept him. Meanwhile, the humans' war cries grew closer, and the ground tremors got even more intense. Right after Sito had made up his mind and attempted to cut Sebek down, a powerful magic attack and a light slash flew at the latter. Sebek. Don't even think you can escape from my magic sword, Osiris. Sito. Sorry for the wait. I'm here to assist you, Satis. Osiris appeared from above, and Satis arrived from behind. Those were the best reinforcements Sito could ask for. How annoying, Sebek. Even though those two attacks flew at Sebek, the invisible slashes manifested by the power of his magic sword cut down the attacks coming from all directions, and protected him. So it functions as an omnidirectional automatic interceptor? Osiris. What in there? I can't believe it cut down my high-grade spell like it was nothing. Satis. Apophis. The snake venom was a magic sword that protected its owner to the very end with the power of absolute interception. As long as its power was unleashed, it would cut to pieces anything that harmed its owner. Sito, Osiris and Satis glared at Sebek. The three of them had to defeat Sebek. Then something happened as they thought that. Sebek dropped his fighting stance and tried to run away from this place. Hey, get back here, Sebek. Sito. Let's save the fun for another time, Sitochi. You and I will play again, Sebek. He left by leaping tremendously far. Goburoku turned to Satis, bowed to her in apology, and ran after his companion. Looks like we managed to drive them away, Sito. As he casually thought that, Osiris walked up to him and lightly hit him on the head. Ow! What was it for? Sito. For God's sake, I noticed that something strange was going on in the enemy's campsite. But what the heck were you thinking? Launching a sneak attack on them by yourself is just madness, Osiris. Osiris scolded him. Then Satis stepped in and hugged the boy protectively. Hold on a minute. I'm the one who planned this operation. Sito was just desperate to repay the kindness of those he felt indebted to. Satis. That doesn't make it okay for him to take such a risk. Well, anyway, regardless of the means employed, you have my gratitude for drawing Sebek away from the battlefield. Thanks to you, we managed to tear down their front line, Osiris. Osiris shyly thanked them. Sito, still in Satis' arms, smiled at Osiris. Go back to the city, then come to my barracks. I will thank you properly there, Osiris. It's fine, no need to, Sito. I won't take no for an answer. You guys owe me a celebration for that. Now get away from here while you still can. You don't want to attract attention, right? Osiris. This war was over, and it ended with the humans' victory. The cheers of the warriors who made it out echoed across the land. In the middle of this, Osiris joined up with them, and was treated like a hero. Of course, the fact that Sito and Satis had played an active role on this battlefield would be left out of history. But that was fine. Sito had no desire to be a hero. He simply wanted to help his friend out. He wanted to protect the people he cared about. That's all there was to it. Chapter 50. The battle is over, at least for a small break. Chapter 50. The battle is over, at least for a small break. The duo entered the city of Alain Donna, and made their way to the barracks. One of Osiris' men led them to the back entrance, from which Sito and Satis entered. They were shown to a room as specially furnished as an inn's room, where they would wait for Osiris to arrive. The room was very luxurious, and fruits, tea and other beverages were served on a top-quality table. The two were allowed to relax as they pleased, so they enjoyed this moment of respite. Wow, I never thought there would be such a room in this facility. It looks like they took every precaution to clean it so that they would be ready to accommodate important guests whenever they arrived. Satis. It's kinda hard to relax in it, Sito. Foo. I suppose this sort of room doesn't suit a pair of travelers like us. Anyway, Osiris doesn't seem to be back yet, so let's take it easy for the moment. I've healed your wounds with my recovery spell, but you need to rest for your mental exhaustion, Satis. Got it. I'll do that, Sito. After that battle with Sebek, Sito and Satis were finally able to catch a break. The latter brewed some tea, while the former sat down on the sofa to relax. Satis hummed as she prepared the tea and tea cakes, seemingly out of joy that Sito was safe. As she brought everything over, Sito thought about that battle. If I had actually charged at him like I planned to, I probably would have been chopped to pieces. An automatic counterattack made of invisible slashes. I've never seen a magic sword power like that before. And that's not the only problem. I think that guy's swordsmanship was even greater than mine. If he and I were to fight once again, I wouldn't be able to beat him as I am right now. In that case, Sito suddenly remembered the content of his letter. Following the day of the next full moon, let it be known that he who brings death to mine own land and to thee shall appear. How doth thee plan on purging him? If there ever comes a time when thee seek power, accept mine trial. He fought Sebek and somehow managed to make him retreat, but in the end, it was still just a temporary respite. If he wanted power, then he had to undergo the trial. A trial? If I took it up, where would that happen? And what sort of trial would he test me with? Sito. As he pondered those questions, he suddenly heard the delightful sound of porcelain. At that moment, Sito turned his attention back on reality. Satis brought the tea and sweets to the table and sat down next to Sito. The aroma of the tea soothed his still slightly strained mind, and the tasty-looking tea cakes aroused his appetite. These are cream sandwich cookies. Probably the sort of snack that the upper class would eat, judging by the shape and quality. I suppose Osiris lives in luxury, Satis. Am I really allowed to eat such fancy pastries? I don't know. Is there some kind of table manners to have for eating this stuff? Sito. You don't have to worry about anything of that sort, obviously. I'm sure Osiris himself brought them out because he wanted to treat us to something good. Or would you like me to teach you table manners? Satis. Ah, no, it's fine. I got it. I can just eat them normally, right? Well then, Sito. Thus, the two of them enjoyed the tea and sweets. Satis was happy from beginning to end to see Sito eating. She wiped his mouth, refilled his tea, and the two shared a moment of rest. Sito also enjoyed that one moment with her, but in his mind, he knew that he would inevitably have to tell her what he knew about Sebek and the trial. For now, though, he wanted to enjoy this peaceful time with her, and decided to talk about it again soon enough. As for Satis, she had also been observing Sito, and sensed that he wanted to talk to her about something. She made the decision not to ask him about it, but to listen to him whenever he wants to tell her instead. She had a feeling that the topic in question was probably related to Sebek. Although she was concerned about Sito, she was still determined to believe in him. The boy believed in her as well, and would never abandon her. This strong bond that had somehow formed between the two of them had given rise to a sense of mutual trust. And that peaceful time they spent with that sense of trust was truly a blissful one. At that moment, they heard a knock on the door, and the two turned their attention to it. I'm coming in, Osiris. That was Osiris' voice. Osiris. Sure, Sito. Osiris entered and smiled at the two as they were making themselves at home. How do you like this room? A most suitable space for our most meritorious guests, right? Osiris. Yeah, it's very cozy here. And the tea and sweets are delicious. It's very satisfying, Sito. That's good to hear. You guys really earned one great achievement today. To think you would take a detour through the woods and raid the enemy's base from the rear. Who came up with that plan? Osiris. It was Satis. She also provided support to help me get there, Sito. Osiris nodded in satisfaction. Seeing one's tactics as a former executive of the Demon King's army and the other's ability to take action on the battlefield as a former child soldier, he once again realized that the two of them were the best duo. The risks were high, but you bravely backed us up in spite of it. So here's the thing. I'd like to give you guys an even greater reward, Osiris. It's fine, we don't need any reward. As long as no harm was done to this city or Benjamin village, that's all that matters, Sito. But then I wouldn't feel at peace. The army and the citizens are considering me the hero of this battle. But what you guys have accomplished is just as praiseworthy, and without having to take orders from anyone, at that. Not only did you take down the enemy commander, but thanks to your efforts in keeping Sebek away from the front lines, we won the battle, Osiris. Osiris would not let up. Lady Justice never forgets her debts, one could say. It's alright, Sito. We should take whatever we can take. Otherwise, Osiris won't be satisfied. Satis. Is that so? Okay, then, Sito. He. That's the spirit, Osiris. At Osiris' signal, one of his subordinates entered the room with the reward, and slowly lowered it down in front of the duo. It was a large bag full of gold. That much? Sito. What, not enough? Then I'll add an oath, Osiris. No, it's fine. This much is enough, Sito. When Sito saw this amount of gold greater than he had ever seen before, he was so taken aback he unconsciously fell into his seat. Compared to the wages he received back when he was a child soldier, this amount was hundreds of times larger. You don't want extra money? Satis. Well, having money is reassuring, but even if I accepted that much, I wouldn't know what to use it for, Sito. Ha. I guess you wouldn't. Even for your average adult soldier, this much gold is just pie in the sky. Well, now that I've given you the reward money, there's something I'd like to talk about with you guys, Osiris. After saying that, Osiris sat on the sofa across from them, took a deep breath, and broke the ice. Say, would you guys like to work here? I have a high opinion of your skills. What do you say? Would you like to join my unit and fight together? Osiris. It was a direct solicitation from Osiris. He gave them both his most sincere look. Whatever their reply was, he intended to take it earnestly. It was a very attractive proposition for the two of them. A place where their own powers would be used correctly this time. However, The two answered straight away with a smile. It's a really nice offer, but we, Sito. Indeed, we're sorry to refuse. The two of us will be heading to another destination. I'm sure that in all likelihood, we'll have to fight again, but instead of fighting for a country, or an organization, we'll be fighting for our own sake. Satis. I see. For your own sake. Huh. That's too bad. Using your powers that could be useful to a lot of people to protect each other, is it? I understand. This might actually be the best choice for you guys right now. Man, sorry for asking you something so stupid. Take your time to relax in here. I'll be in my office, so if you ever need something, just let me know. Osiris. Osiris left while saying so with a smile on his face. After he left the room, Sito and Satis decided on which day they would leave the city. It would be early tomorrow morning. I'm gonna let him know that we'll be leaving the city tomorrow. Wait for me here, Satis. Sito. Very well, Satis. Sito left the guest room and walked toward Osiris' office. He also had his own reason to consult him. I'll let him know of our schedule. But there's one more thing I'd like to ask him about. I don't know if Osiris will understand too, but it's worth asking him. Sito. Chapter 51, My Conversation with Osiris, and Gender's Letter. Chapter 51, My Conversation with Osiris, and Gender's Letter. There was a knock on the door to the main office. Who is it? Osiris. It's me, Sito. 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 Come in. Then, Osiris. When the boy opened the door, Osiris was standing by the bookshelf with some documents in his hand. Sito entered. Then Osiris closed the documents and gestured for him to sit on the sofa. It's rare for you to come by yourself. What's up? Did you guys change your mind? I'm sure it would be, Osiris. Hold it. I'm not here to talk about that. I'm just here to consult you, Sito. Consult me, Osiris. Sito quickly cut to the chase. He told him about the letter he got from the Wendigo of Death, Ahaz Patel, which he could not tell Satis about. He gave him all the details about the Wendigo's existence, where he first met him, when he got that letter, and so on. Osiris, who had been quietly listening to Sito, contemplated the situation while reading his letter. He was already aware of the existence of Wendigos, and knew about Ahaz Patel, but only in the form of folklore, so he was clearly feeling a bit shaken from all this. I see. The way I see it, this drawing of a snake and a crocodile is undoubtedly referring to Sebek. And then, there's this part that says if there comes a time when these seek power, accept mine trial. But to think you received a letter from a Wendigo in person. Looks like you're getting a lot of attention, Osiris. I know it all sounds unbelievable, but it's the truth. I'm sure I'm destined to fight Sebek. And if I'm gonna live with Satis, then I'll have to surpass him. So if there's anything you know about this, I need you to tell me. Have you ever heard of the trial that Wendigo gives? Sito. Can't say I have. All I know about him is limited to what I know from the legends. Although, you geese stopped by Benjamin Village for a time, right? I'm willing to bet that the shaman who lives there, a man known as Gender, might know something about it. He's from the Yellow tribe, right? Osiris. I see. In that case, maybe we should go back to the village. Sito. As they considered the idea, one of Osiris' subordinates entered his office. Apparently, a letter addressed to Sito had arrived. What? A letter addressed to Sito? Osiris. Who could it be from? Is this, Sito? That letter came from the shaman of Benjamin Village, Gender. Osiris stared at the letter in silence, wondering how he knew Sito was here, or how his letter could arrive with such impeccable timing. But the boy understood all that immediately. Gender the shaman possessed mystical powers, and even on their first encounter, he had predicted that the boy would come to his house. Was it a premonition, or the work of fate? The truth was for him only to know, but the fact that he sent him this letter must have meant that he was concerned about Sito. He immediately opened the envelope, and read its content. Dear boy of destruction and storm, by the time you receive this letter, I'm sure you will be trying to overcome the obstacles in your life. However, it will be the sort of trouble you've never faced before, leaving you lost without knowing how you should think or act. Did he really see that far into the future? Quite the foresight he has. Sito, I have no doubt that you are now seeking the power to surpass your own limitations. From the moment I learned that you saw Ahaz Patel, I had a feeling that maybe this was fate. And I believe you have the untapped potential to overcome any difficulties. Here's where you children should go next. The place he indicated was situated further north from the city of Alain Donna, near the mountain range, and it was known as the ancient ruins of Hopi Mesa. A town had been built using the structure of those ruins, and it was known as a mysterious place where ancient and modern times seemed to intersect and mingle. If the duo went there, they would find guidance in due time, or so the letter said. Hopi Mesa? Huh. It shouldn't take you guys that much longer to get there than it did to come here from Benjamin Village. But, Osiris, that's okay. Once we've procured enough food and water, we'll leave the city early tomorrow morning. Sito. I see. So soon. Then I guess we should have a farewell party or something. Osiris. No, I appreciate the thought, but I'd like to be alone with Satis. We can invite your troops to have fun another time. Sito. Ha ha ha, I see you really are head over heels for her. Okay, then, be sure to taste the delicacies of this city before you leave, Osiris. After that, Sito left Osiris' office. While heading toward the room where Satis was waiting for him, he made the decision to tell her about everything as well. Just as he had told Osiris. Normally, he would have told Satis first, but he just delayed it so much, he ended up telling her late. I'll need Satis' help with that. So I have to let her know about everything too. And we'll have to overcome these hardships in order to live peacefully. Sito. Sito's expression stiffened with determination as he proceeded down the hallway. Chapter 52, Preparing for Tomorrow, and Having a Small Victory Celebration. Chapter 52, Preparing for Tomorrow, and Having a Small Victory Celebration. After returning to the guest room, Sito told Satis the exact same things he told Osiris. He sat down right next to her, and told her one detail after the other. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Or so I'd like to say. But I'm the one who did not put you in the right conditions to talk about it, Satis. Sorry. I couldn't find the courage to tell you either, Sito. It's all right. If anything, it must have been rather painful for you to have to deal with all this on your own. Besides, if the contents of that letter are true, then you would have eventually had to fight Sebek at some point anyway. Sito, from now on as well, I will support you all the way. Satis. Thanks, Satis. Sito. The two smiled gently and nodded to each other. Then, they established their next course of action. Early tomorrow morning, they would head to the ancient ruins of Hopi Mesa. Tomorrow, they would prepare themselves under the assumption that the area would surely be bustling with people, as it had become a town. They were told that they could keep using the guest room as they liked, so they would get to sleep comfortably in there. They decided to have dinner in town. Then, as Satis declared that they would have to procure food and water for the road immediately and was about to open the door, Sito stood behind her and asked a question. Say, Satis. Can I ask you a question? Sito. Is there something wrong? Satis. No, it's not that. Tell me, what do you think of yourself? Do you appreciate yourself? Sito. Why ask me this all of a sudden? Satis. Satis let go of the doorknob, and faced Sito, with her arms folded, her feet about shoulder width apart, and her head tilted to one side. She looked down at the boy, who was hanging his head down a bit. The thing is, I tried not to let it bother me back when I fought Sebek, but, Sito told her what Sebek told him back then. It was a remark that had been on his mind ever since they clashed. The thing about you is, you may appreciate other people, but you don't appreciate yourself, right? Sebek. You're aware that you're a lowly guy, and that your hands are tainted. You respect and try to love others, but you have a low opinion of yourself. That's what your swordsmanship tells me. And that's no good. It's such a waste. When you wanna live as yourself, you gotta love yourself. Sebek. You're a battle maniac, just like me. If you come to love the battlefield, you'll surely come to love yourself too. No matter how long or short it is, a life where you love others but don't love yourself is an empty one, you know? Sebek. At that time, He brushed that matter aside with his fighting spirit so as not to let it hinder him during battle, but now that peace was back, Sito had been ruminating that matter in his mind since then. He scratched his head with a troubled expression as he spoke out his feelings. I kind of understand what it means to like someone now, but I just don't get what it means to like oneself, no matter how hard I think about it. What's your opinion on this, Satis? Sito raised his head and asked Satis. The look he gave her was not one of sadness or distress. Rather, it was simply the look of confusion of a pondering child who turned to Satis for answers, as she was older and had lived through various experiences. As for the woman herself, after thinking for a moment with her index finger on her chin, she smiled and bent down to meet Sito's gaze. I guess I feel the same as you do, Satis. The same as I do? Sito. As I am now, I know what it is to love someone, too. But if you ask me if I love myself, then I really don't know what to answer, either, Satis. I see, Sito. Now, here's a few questions of my own. When he said that you were a battle maniac like him, did you think so as well? Do you truly believe that if you came to love the battlefield, you would come to love yourself? Satis. Those were questions that addressed Sebek's statements. Sito answered without thinking. I don't think I'm a battle maniac. I've never liked the battlefield, and I don't think I ever will. I'd much rather go to all kinds of places and meet all kinds of people together with you, Sito. Hearing that answer, Satis gave an even happier smile and stroked Sito's cheeks and head. In that case, I think this is what you should cherish about yourself. And that's also what I really love about you, Sito. Satis. Huh? Sure, Sito. Though Sito was blushing, he averted his gaze with a not-so-dissatisfied look on his face. Satis gave him a gentle look, then stood back up and reached for the doorknob to leave the room. As she did so, she gave her answer to him. I think I want to cherish myself in the same way you do. I'm sure that doing so will make me love you even more, Satis. Oh okay. We'll overcome this together. I have a feeling you and I will be able to surmount any hurdle that comes our way, Sito. Indeed. I think so too. Come on, let's go to town. We'll go shopping, and feast on delicious food to our heart's content. We'll have to wake up early tomorrow too, so let's build up our energy, Satis. Okay, sounds like a plan, Sito. Sito and Satis smiled with satisfaction as they left the guest room and headed for the entrance to the facility. On their way there, they met Osiris and his men, all of whom greeted the duo with kindness. Having heard about the role they played in that last battle, they were now putting their full trust in them. Knowing that their fight had not been for naught filled our protagonists with joy. As they thanked each and every one of the guards, they walked out of the barracks. The city of Alain Donner was as lively as it had been when they first arrived. Shall we go? Sito. Yes, Satis. Once again, Sito and Satis walked through the city hand in hand. They bought necessities, sometimes while visiting the tourist attractions, and enjoyed their moments together until dinner time. For dinner, they went to a slightly high-class restaurant. They celebrated their victory using Osiris reward money. Are you sure we can eat in such a fancy restaurant? Sito. Of course. We got plenty of gold from Osiris. It's more than enough to afford it. Now, let's eat. This dish has all the meat you want, Satis. Right. I'm digging in, Sito. Satis, who was watching Sito gobble up the meat with his eyes sparkling due to how delicious it was from across the table, had vegetables, fruits and fish as her main course. The fish meunier was especially exquisite, and even she could not stop herself from smiling. Munch. Chomp. Sito. Sito's nutrient intake was tremendous, as if he had expended a considerable amount of energy during that battle. It was a pleasure to watch him devour one dish after another. Foo. He worked really hard today, after all, Satis. Satis muttered while looking out the window from the dining table. The sky had already turned dark, and the streets were filled with the lights of the many shops and stalls from all over the city, as well as happy-looking people. Adventurers were celebrating their victory over drinks, and the youths of the city were playing music and dancing to it. Everything blended into the nightscape of this beautiful town, adding more depth to this air of respite. It all gave her the same peace of mind she had in Clay Shut, the first city she visited with Sito. Gulp. Come to think of it, you like fruits better than meat, Satis. Are they good? Sito. Yes, they're tasty. Would you like to try some, Sito? Satis. Yeah, don't mind if I do, Sito. After eating meat, Sito stuffed his mouth with fruit. The sweet and sour taste and the mild texture refreshed his mouth. The juice and pulp spread out, giving a kind of comfort to his palate, which had been tasting nothing but meat. That was good. Much better than the first fruits I picked in the forest, Sito. Phew, we've really gorged ourselves, haven't we? Now, let's go home. We'll have to wake up early tomorrow, Satis. Yeah, got it. I think I'm gonna sleep like a log tonight, Sito. Sito and Satis got up from their seats, paid the bill, and left the restaurant. They walked side by side in the still bustling city. Stars appeared in the sky, and the moon was shining brightly over the city and the land. Any adult would have enjoyed the atmosphere with some grog after this, but Sito was too young to drink. Satis, do you drink alcohol? Sito. Yes, once in a while. I'd love to drink with you, someday, Satis. I wonder when that'll happen, Sito. Sito smiled in silence next to her, unable to imagine himself in the distant future. Wishing only to rest peacefully for now, the two headed back home. Chapter 53, The sun shines on us as we embark on a new journey. Chapter 53, The sun shines on us as we embark on a new journey. The next morning, Sito and Satis left the guest room at sunrise. They were on their way to Osiris' office, hoping to say hello to him before leaving the barracks, when they stumbled upon him. Is that Osiris? Sito. Oh, you're right. Did he come specially to see us? Satis. Osiris was coming from the other end of the hallway, illuminated by the morning sun. A white glow floated over the black gear he was wearing. When he saw Sito and Satis, he greeted them with a smile and a light wave of his hand, arms folded. Did you come all this way to see us off? Osiris. Obviously. I owe you guys for your contribution to our last battle, after all. But it's still a shame. I would have loved to fight alongside outstanding talents such as you two, Osiris. Osiris sighed while still harboring a smile. Although their stay here was extremely short, Osiris and the duo were mutually drawn to each other. Sito smiled surreptitiously, secretly thinking that this might be the sort of human relationship that could be described by the words fate and bond. Satis also expressed her gratitude to Osiris, saying that thanks to him, they were able to enjoy their time in the city. Thank you for looking after us. Please continue to protect the public order of this city, Satis. Of course. This city is my pride. You guys can visit us whenever you want. Next time, we could eat sushi together at my favorite place, Osiris. Sushi? Huh. Yeah. We'll come back to eat some, Osiris. Sito. Yeah, you have my word. Come on, I'll walk you out of the building, Osiris. After saying that, Osiris turned on his heel. The duo followed him as the sound of his magic gear rubbing against itself and the distinctive sound of his footsteps echoed. Then, when they were out of the building, several of his subordinates were already lined up and waiting for them, and the moment Osiris and the duo appeared, they quickly saluted them. This was the best they could do to see them off. Sorry about this. Even your men are seeing us off, Sito. I don't mind. Were you planning to go to Hopi Mesa on foot? If so, we could give you a horse, Osiris. It's fine, we'll walk. We're not in any hurry, Sito. I see. Sito. Satis. Once again, you have my thanks for helping with the war, as well as that first incident in the sushi restaurant. Thanks to you, the public order is safe, Osiris. Osiris slowly saluted them. Likewise, Sito saluted back, and showed him his respect as a former child soldier. If you ever run into trouble, don't hesitate to call for Osiris, the embodiment of justice, and I'll come flying. Right away, Osiris. You're a dependable ally. When the time calls for it, we'll definitely rely on you. So be sure to come to our rescue, hero, Sito. Of course. After all, I am justice. Osiris. Osiris. Osiris struck one unusual pose at every point of his exclamation, with his men standing behind him. To conclude, they all struck a pose together, and showed their full smiles to the duo. Sito. With his eyes lighting up, Sito clenched his fists at Osiris' signature pose. There was no doubt that the latter looked really cool in the former's eyes. Satis, however, was only smiling affectionately at Sito. I wonder if he's a fan of this kind of thing. Sito. Secretly, she felt that Osiris, his men, and Sito had very questionable taste, but she decided not to mention it. She thought that perhaps Sito needed this kind of sparkling existence in his life to grow. Well, we're off. Thanks for everything, Osiris. Sito. No problem. See you next time, Osiris. Osiris waved his hand, and his men saluted them as they set off on their journey. Sito and Satis also waved back and walked to the city gate. This continued until both sides could no longer see the other. They're gone now, huh? Osiris. Osiris lowered his hand back down, and went back into the barracks with his men. Today, they had another long day of work ahead of them. Back to their regular routines, they returned to their posts and went about their business as usual. Osiris, too, was back at his desk and dealing with a mountain of paperwork. As for Sito and Satis, they also began hitting the road once again, like they had done before. After leaving the gate and walking along the street for a while, Sito stopped. The city of Alain Donna, huh? It was a pretty fun place too, Sito. Indeed. We had a bit of a setback, but it was still an enjoyable experience. Would you like to go to the beach again, just the two of us? Satis. Wow, you quit teasing me like that, Sito. Satis smiled mischievously at Sito, who panicked when she mentioned the time they spent at the beach. The boy's reaction to that was amusing to her, but more than that, she was happy that he found her attractive. Then, as if she just remembered about it, Satis handed something to Sito. This is the necklace accessory you made from seashells, right? Sito. Yes, the one I made for you. I wanted to give it back to you sooner, but there was the war and everything else going on back then. Satis. Saying that, Satis bent down a bit and put the necklace around Sito's neck. The surface of the seashell glittered in the sunlight, giving Sito a different kind of beauty from that of jewels. It suits you very well, Sito. Making you more fashionable really is worth it, Satis. Thanks, Satis. I'll take good care of it. Definitely, Sito. Sito smiled happily as he lightly stroked one of the shells with his finger. Seeing this, Satis winked joyfully, and gently extended her hand to him. Sito smiled and held her hand without saying a word. The two of them walked north, hand in hand, and stood so close to each other they seemed to be cuddling. Their destination was the city built on the ruins of Hopi Mesa. They had a feeling that perhaps they would run into trouble again over there. However, they did not hesitate to continue on their path, illuminated by the rising sun. The warmth they felt in each other's hand increased even further along with the sunlight. You know, thinking back on it, it's kind of strange. Here we are, two people who used to be on opposing sides, going in the same direction. Sito. You're right. Not to mention, we're trying to overcome the same hardships. Somehow, this makes me rather nervous, Satis. Same here, Sito. They looked into each other's eyes, laughed, and kept walking on the same warm path. The sea wind was gradually feeling more distant, and the wind from the mountain range had blown their way. The key to overcoming their hardships lied in their next destination. Moreover, since it was the site of ancient ruins, they could not help but anticipate something grandiose. Sito suddenly wondered if this was what people called romanticism. No doubt Satis would investigate the area with sparkles in her eyes. I don't know anything about ruins or history, so I'm going to need your knowledge for that, Satis. Will you help me? Sito. Leave it to me. Still, Hopi Mesa, was it? I know that we should ruins related to the Wendigos over there, similar to the ones we found when we went on that picnic back then, but for more details, we'll have to conduct on-site research. Satis. Research, huh? Alright, let me know if you ever need me for anything. I'll help you however I can, Sito. Fufafu. I'll be counting on you, Sito. Satis. As they proceeded on the long road, time was ticking away, and it was about noon when they felt hungry. They decided to take a break, and sat down side by side under the shade of a tree that stood alongside the road. As they were sharing dried bread, cheese and ham that Satis took out with spatial magic, they saw someone walking in their direction from across the road. It was a young woman who seemed to be heading north, just like the duo. She walked up to them under the shade of the tree, with her eyes closed and a cane. "Oh, excuse me. Is this spot under a tree?" The woman called out to Sito and Satis. She was dressed in a red and white kimono they had never seen before, and had wavy bobbed hair that looked like a mixture of black and brown. Her pure white tunic and red skirt that reached just above her knees was an unusual sight to them. With her eyes still closed, and a cane seemingly made of fine wood in her right hand, she spoke to them. "Yeah, it is, Sito." Thank goodness. I was thinking of taking a break, seeing as it's lunchtime." Saying so, the woman moved to a spot where she could feel the dark and coolness of the shade with her whole body, and sat down carefully. "Apologies for the trouble. I am Chim, a traveling shrine maiden. Though I may be visually impaired, as you can see, I'm a vagabond who still works as a shrine maiden. Are you good fellows on a journey as well?" Chim. "Yes, we're heading north to Hopi Mesa." Satis. Hopi Mesa, you say? What a coincidence. I was planning to go there myself. This must be some sort of fate. What do you think? May I accompany you there? Chim. Sure, no problem, Sito. Then it's decided. Oh, I'm sorry. Please wait a moment while I eat. Chim. After saying that, the woman smiled, took out a lunchbox from the small furoshiki wrapped around her waist, and began eating in a well-behaved manner. Sito and Satis also enjoyed their meal while thinking that their trip was going to be entertaining. Chapter 54, Satis meets a familiar face on Katajita Road, but, Chapter 54, Satis meets a familiar face on Katajita Road, but, it had been over 2 hours since our protagonists went back on track. Sito, Satis, and Chim, a blind wandering shrine maiden whose motto was in traveling, a companion, and in life, sympathy, continued on their way. As they proceeded north, the scenery around them differed greatly from the road they had taken so far. The greenery looked duller, and the clear brown color was now as noticeable as in the wilderness. A dry wind was blowing, occasionally creating small sandstorms in the distance. This landscape looks completely different from earlier. So much so that it feels a bit desolate. Satis. I guess so. That thing up in the sky looks like a black kite. Or maybe not. Is it a condor? Sito. A condor. That's a bird, isn't it? Is it going to swoop down on us and attack? Chim asked while looking a bit frightened, moving her face right and left as she looked up with her eyes still closed. According to her, she was once attacked by what seemed to be a flock of birds while she was eating. Everything's fine. If it tries anything, I will chase it away. Satis. Ahaha. My apologies for this. I'm not really good with birds, especially crows. They come at you while screaming and cawing. Chim. Well, if anything happens, the two of us will take care of it. I'm pretty confident in my skills, though only a little. Sito. A little, you say? Chim nodded in assent with a smile on her face, and dexterously shook her cane on the ground to keep up with the duo's pace. Seeing her walking so adroitly, one could incidentally wonder if she was actually able to see. After a while, they came across a series of rocky mountains that formed a canyon, with the road continuing through it. This place was called Katajita. The history of Hopi Mesa had been connected to this land for tens of thousands of years, and it was adored by the locals. They could hear the wind blowing through the rocks and boulders. It gently caressed their cheeks, and at the same time, it echoed beautifully in their eardrums. All kinds of echoing and amplified sounds passed through the rocks along with the wind. This place is so strange. There's nothing but rocks and wind. Yet I find it beautiful for some reason. It feels desolate compared to Benjamin Village and Dulain Donna, but there's something about it that touches my heart. Sito. This is how deep the history that has taken form between nature and human beings is. The mystery of the land and life, I suppose. Satis. All I can perceive is the wind and the sounds, but I can imagine how great this place must be based on your reactions, Chim. Okay. Let's keep going. According to this sign planted here, Let's see. Looks like Hopi Mesa is just beyond Katajita Road, Sito. After reading the words inscribed on the old sign, they learned that their destination was close. This, combined with the fact that this meant the continuation of their sightseeing trip, made it hard for our travelers to contain their elation. As the three of them walked side by side along Katajita Road, the magnificence of the sunlit rock surface burned into their vision. Chim, feeling the wilderness with her ears and skin, was now on the same page as the other two. Satis envisioned the history of Hopi Mesa as she observed the scenery of Katajita, and walked around with a twinkle on her glasses. After merrily walking for a while, they arrived at a wide open space. There was a modest resting area with a couple of worn-out benches. Just as they were about to take a short break, a loud voice suddenly rang out along with the wind. Hold it! It was a deep voice that seemed to echo from the depths of the earth. Someone was standing on the rock wall. The sunlight made it difficult to identify them, and before they could take a good look, the trio was instantly surrounded by a mysterious group. These men, licking their own lips with weapons in hand while smiling vulgarly, were bandits. Then, what came down from the top of the rocky cliff and made the earth tremble upon impact was an astonishing individual. And as a matter of fact, it was someone Satis knew very well. Gahahaha. It's been a long time, Satis. I never thought you'd be wandering around here. Why, you're the Orc King? Satis. Indeed. I'm the one and only Orc King. Gahahaha. Greater than Orc King. They used to be fellow army executives. Though Satis was unaware of it, this officer from the Demon King's army abandoned his monster soldiers and fled immediately after suffering defeat at a certain battlefield. Why are you here? None of my intel said anything about the Demon King's army advancing this far, Satis. Why am I here, you ask? Ha 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 ha. Not so sharp for a so-called strategist, huh? I'll tell you, then, Orc King. After saying that, the Orc King approached the trio while rocking his massive body. He was holding a huge axe in his right hand, and wearing jeweled rings on his left hand. He spoke up with a smirk full of self-confidence. I deserted the Demon King's army. You hear that? I've forsaken the Demon King of my very own volition. Gahahaha, Orc King. The Orc King laughed hysterically as he bent his huge body backwards. As a follow-up to this fit of laughter, the bandits all around cackled as well. Satis, who's this guy? Sito. The Orc King. One of the top executives of the Demon King's army, like I used to be, Satis. Satis wore a serious expression on her face, and even showed a hint of hostility, as she gave him a simple explanation. She had endless questions about the particulars of his desertion from the Demon King's army, why he was leading a gang of bandits, and what he was doing in this canyon. Satis took a step forward while sorting through these questions swirling inside her head. Orc King, what do you mean you've forsaken the Demon King? Even though among the other generals, you possessed outstanding power, the Demon King put so much trust in you, and when it came to close quarters combat, you were one of his top-class champions. So why did you choose to be the leader of a gang of human bandits instead? No matter how you look at it, you've lost your status in the army, haven't you? Could it be that you've failed your last mission, as I did? Satis. Shut up. I have my own projects. All of these felons agree with my ambitions and adore me for my abilities. They may be humans as you can see, but they insisted time and again, so I generously kept them as my retainers. And then, I will build my own kingdom and rule it as king. Orc King. He chortled loudly again after saying that. Upon hearing this, Satis sighed in exasperation. Sito tilted his head, seemingly not quite grasping the situation, and Chim was silently looking down and holding her cane with both hands as if to cherish it. Hey, Satis, what's actually going on in the Demon King's army? Is it that easy for a general to quit? Sito. No, that one is quite narcissistic and likes to make himself out to be a bigger deal than he actually is. My guess is that he failed some mission and couldn't bring himself to return to the Demon King's side. He was probably too afraid of being subjected to the same awful punishments I went through. He can't go back, but he doesn't want to feel as if he was incompetent, so he surrounded himself with individuals weaker than him to feel superior. Satis. The Orc King froze completely upon hearing Satis' harsh remarks. His face showed a great deal of impatience, as if someone had seen through him and revealed his true nature. Don't spout speculations as if they were the truth, you insolent wretch, Orc King. No, I'm just wondering if there's any other explanation to this, Satis. What did you say? HMPH, I thought I'd make you one of my retainers since we already knew each other, yet you've done nothing but disrespect me, Orc King. No, thank you. I absolutely refuse, Satis. Shut it. But, out of the two of us, aren't you the one who lost her status? Back when you were an executive, you used to spout so much flattery to the Demon King and behave all seductively. Now look at you. All you've got is a brat and some weird girl for company. What a sad, miserable excuse for a life you're leading, Satis. Gahahaha. Enough now. All of you. Cut down these fools. Gahahaha. Orc King. The Orc King's cackling resonated with the round of laughter from the surrounding bandits. With their weapons glinting, they closed in on the trio. Satis. For Satis, the Orc King's words were an insulting denial of who she was now, and her face was brimming with anger. Satis, we gotta kick those guys' asses, right? I'll deal with them while you look after Chim and Sito. As he was about to finish his sentence, Satis gently stopped him. It's alright, Sito. I will take down the Orc King, Satis. But you can't fight, Sito. I can't remain so spineless anymore. That guy insulted me for being who I am now. You've accepted me for who I was, and he dared to mock me for it. And perhaps it's only by winning this battle that I will be able to surpass the woman I was when I was an executive. If so, then I have to make a stand. Please look after Chim-san in the meantime, Satis. Got it, Sito. Oh ho, so you want to fight me? You may be a demon, but you're still the spellcasting type. You can't fire any flashy spells in such a narrow canyon. Besides, I clearly have an overwhelming advantage in close quarters combat. This ought to be fun. Men, kill the brat and the girl. I'll take care of Satis, Orc King. As soon as he said that, each of the bandits started to move, and Sito and Chim were now surrounded. The Orc King and Satis faced and glared at each other. Let's go. I'm going to show you how superior I am as a monster, and carve it into your body, Orc King. Fine by me. I'll make you understand firsthand what happens when you make me mad, Satis. Chapter 55, I do not wish to die, indeed. Chapter 55, I do not wish to die. Indeed. The bandits closed in on Sito and Chim with their weapons in hand. There were quite many of them, and they all seemed confident in their skills. They were mainly equipped with swords, axes, and daggers. With his magic sword, the boy could easily wipe them out. But fighting them while protecting a blind girl would be a pretty tall order. Chim, I'll open a path for you to Asuka. No, wait. Considering you're blind, Sito. Just as Sito was about to pull his magic sword out of thin air while staying in front of the sightless Chim to protect her, the latter tapped the former on the shoulder and reassured him. You, Sito, was it? It's alright, you don't have to be so on edge. Let me handle this, Chim. The tone of her voice was as gentle as usual, but her manner of speech seemed to have changed a bit. She walked in front of Sito with her cane, smiling carelessly at the bandits surrounding her, and spoke up to them. Excuse me, good sirs. I do not know who you are, but threatening women and children by flashing your weapons at them is rather unseemly. Don't you think? Now I would appreciate it if you refrained from such silly behavior, Chim. Ya hear that, boys? We're goddamn outlaws, and she's giving us the all violence is bad bullshit? Bandit A. Ha. Now that's fucking hilarious. And if we don't listen, what are you gonna do? Bandit B. Listen, there is no need for you to speak so menacingly, now is there? I don't even have any valuables on me, as you can see. How about at least sitting on the side until your supreme leader has finished fighting? Chim, that ain't gonna cut it. Our supreme leader gave us orders, so you're all gonna die here, Bandit A. Well, I'll be, Chim. After that exchange, two of the bandits readied their swords for a thrust and an overhead slash, and charged at her. They were about to kill Chim. Crap. Chim is blind, so she won't be able to guard against or avoid their Sito. Just as Sito was about to draw his magic sword, a certain gust of wind he was extremely familiar with blew. It was the kind of wind generated by swinging a sword gale. The slash gushed through the air so fast that not even a flash of sword could be seen, reaping lives in the blink of an eye. Even more surprising was that the one who fired that slash was the one Sito had been trying to protect. That walking stick he thought was a regular cane was actually a sword cane. With her sheath in her left hand and her long straight sword in her right one, she had unleashed a super fast slash. She truly did draw her sword faster than the eye could see. As soon as she pulled it out, the bellies of the two bandits from earlier were slashed open, leaving a pool of blood at Chim's feet. Sito unconsciously gasped at that display, for even he had trouble seeing that slash. Ya shouldn't get carried away just cause I was acting nice, Chim. The gentle atmosphere she exuded just earlier was gone, and Chim was now threatening the people around her in a cheeky tone. She swept off the blood smeared on the long sword in her right hand, and flashed the sunlight ominously flickering on her blade at the rest of the bandits. Chim, so you know how to fight. Also, that move just now was a technique used by swordsmen from another country, right? Could it be that you're from that same country, Sito? The cat's out of the bag, huh? Oh well, can't be helped. So what you gonna do, my friend? I don't mind if ya take cover, but, Chim, I'll join you and fight. I used to be a soldier myself, so I know how to fight, Sito. That's so? Chim. Sito drew his magic sword out of its dimensional pocket, and held it in front of him. The glimmer of their two blades greatly intensified the bandits' fear. A magic swordsman and a super-fast AI/user. It was obvious to the outlaws that if the two of them fought as a team, then all of their lives would be forfeit. They both took one step, and everybody's face was distorted in fear. Think you can handle this many of them? Sito. I deal with thugs like them every day. This ain't nothing for me, Chim. Samurai eyes are awesome. Sito. As both sides kept antagonizing the other, some of the bandits began to lose their temper. One after another, they closed in on Sito and Chim. Since you're able to fight, I'll leave some of them to you, Sito. Careful not to get hurt, okay? Chim. You got it. Sito. Sito left Chim's side and rushed toward the bandits. They had split themselves into two groups, one attacking Sito, and the other attacking Chim. Bandits. The bandits attacked with their deadly blades. Sito responded by mowing them down one by one. The blades were coming down hard on Sito, yet he skillfully saw through all of those attacks, and dodged them while twisting his body. He then struck his foes with the destructive swordplay he had developed on the battlefield. Knowing that the boy was a magic swordsman in spite of being a kid did not make them arrogant, but the bandits fell one after another due to his overwhelmingly superior sword skills. He mowed them down on his right, cleaved them on his left, and stabbed them from below. It did not take long for Sito to bring them all down with his relentless slashes. Sito immediately tried to regroup with Chim, but he unexpectedly found himself entranced by her sword fight. She danced as if she was cutting down, and she cut down as if she was dancing. It was as if the whole display itself was a Shinto ritual, a series of scathing backhanded slashes. Unable to do anything against her super-fast slashes, the bandits' blood splattered, and their screams of death were carried into the air. As soon as they raised their weapons to attack, their abdomens were already ripped open. And even when they tried to surround and attack her simultaneously, they thought they only got one casualty slashed to death. But by that time, 2 or 3 of them turned out to be already dead. This was the surreal situation that unfolded before their very own eyes. Her lightning-fast swordsmanship reduced their number in the blink of an eye. The rest of the bandits, who had completely lost their will to fight, turned tail and fled. Chim. She was still alert. Chim slowly put her long blade back into its scabbard, and went back to poking the ground with it as usual. Looks like it's over. But I have to say, you're really strong. It's surprising, Sito. You're quite full of surprises yourself. Judging by the pitch of your voice, you're much younger than I am, Chim. Chim wipes her blood-stained cheek with a hand towel from her pocket. There were some stains on her Shrine Maiden uniform, but strangely enough, they vanished in no time at all. You wondering about the blood on my clothes? Don't worry, What I'm wearing is a little special, you see? The blessing on these clothes cleans away some of the impurities staining it. Although I was the one who had dirtied them, Chim. Laughing to herself, Chim stroked her cane. Seeing her and her superhuman swordsmanship, Sito felt a kind of connection with her. But if you didn't cut them down, they would have cut you down instead. You became this strong because you didn't want to die, right? I don't know what first prompted you to learn it, but your swordsmanship is nothing short of amazing, Sito. I do not wish to die. Indeed, there are times when I swing my sword to save my skin, and others when in a strange turn of events, I fight for the sake of someone else. My life is full of good times and bad times, for others and for myself, Chim. A cool breeze suddenly blew past the two of them. As he cooled down, his body boiling from the heat of the battle, and relaxed his mind, Sito switched gears immediately. Oh, right. What about Satis? Sito. Apparently, her battle had already started, and what a battle it was. A monster versus monster fight between fellow executives of the Demon King's army. Chapter 56, A Fateful Confrontation. Satis Resolve. Chapter 56, A Fateful Confrontation. Satis Resolve. The Orc King, an executive of the Demon King's army. He used to be one of the Demon King's oldest followers and high-handedly carried out the most difficult jobs, but now, he had been reduced to the head of a disorderly mob. Nonetheless, he had lost nothing of his fighting prowess. In fact, he was much more full of life than when he was in the Demon King's army, and his eyes seemed to be overflowing with fighting spirit. Though she was a demon, Satis was physically weaker than the Orc Kings. She knew that if she were to engage him in close combat, she would be quickly defeated. In that case, she had no choice but to fight him using magic, which she specialized in. Considering the area, her options were limited, but her strong will not to run away from this situation was still burning in her heart. Jaehi, how far will your magic take you against my onslaught? Orc King, who knows? All I'm sure of is that I can fight more comfortably than back when I was an executive. Satis. Naewa. How presumptuous. But I haven't been slacking off either. Did you think I would neglect to plan countermeasures against magic? Orc King. In that case, I will personally put you to the test and see how effective your countermeasures are. Satis. Satis released her mana. A vortex of it swirled around her, emitting a sound as if the space was creaking. She brought her hands together as she breathed the mana in and kneaded it as required for her magic technique. Then, she spread out her arms at once, and a purple magic flame rose up to protect her. Naewa, I'll cleave you in half along with your annoying spell, Orc King. As he said that, he held his huge axe with both hands and raised it high in the sky. The blade, tinged with an ominous sunlight, was devastatingly swung down on the earth. With a thunderous roar, the ground rose up like spines of rock in Satis' direction. That trick the Orc King performed was reminiscent of an earth spell. Satis kept a sharp eye on him from behind her glasses, and unleashed a fire spell as a barrier and a counterattack. Earth and fire collided, and a dust-filled deflagration rose up high in the sky. Eat this, Orc King. In the midst of it, the Orc King leapt unbelievably high for a character of his corpulence, and once again swung his axe at Satis, who could only assume a defensive position by crossing her arms. She reacted to it in a snap as it flew right over her head while generating a tremendous blade gust. Satis made use of her physical ability unique to demons, and evaded the attack with a light backflip like a dancer. However, that attack was a two-strike combo. Broken bits of rocks and stones flew at her like arrows without mercy. This is nothing, Satis. Satis immediately needed her mana, and fired a volley of air slashes created by her wind sickle spell, slicing the rocks and stones one after another. And of course, the slashes flew toward the Orc King. The latter, who fought with maximum power in every single one of his blows, narrowly managed to pull his axe out of the ground, but did not have enough time to dodge the wind sickles. Stay where you are and get cut to slices, Satis. You fool. Have you already forgotten what I said earlier? Orc King. The Orc King carried his axe while resting the handle on his shoulder, and simply struck a daunting pose. Satis was shocked by his unexpected behavior, but then, something even more shocking happened. The Orc King suddenly held up his left hand. Then, the moment the green gem embedded in one of his rings glowed brightly, Satis' wind spell was instantly cancelled out. "Naewa, how do you like that? What I have on my hand aren't just some plain old gemstones. They're special items that nullify the spells of the attribute indicated by each color. And as a demon who only specializes in magic, you're inferior to me in melee combat. HMPH. Victory is mine before the fight even ends. A mage who can't use magic is as good as a sandbag." Orc King. The Orc King grinned widely. Though the question of how he got his hands on them remained unanswered, those rings were probably the most dreadful items for all mages. He wore them so he could counter the spells of pretty much every elemental attribute, and showed them off in full arrogance. He snorted loudly and held his giant axe over his own head, as if to say that he was not scared one bit of any form of magic. Satis was glowering at the Orc King from behind her glasses and with one eye shut. If her opponent had a way to nullify her means of attack, which were centered around magic, then Satis was now clearly at a disadvantage. "I'll go help her." Sito, who had been watching from afar, frowned and attempted to step forward with his magic sword in his hand. However, Satis signaled him to stop with her hand. "I already told you, Sito. I will finish him off myself, Satis. But, at this rate, Sito." "Naewa, don't bother playing tough now, Satis. Your defeat is in clear sight. You might as well back off and let that brat protect you instead." "Like the disgrace you are, Orc King." While staring daggers at the Orc King, who was ridiculing Satis, Sito tried to take another step forward. Satis sighed at this situation. It was not out of dismay. It was to calm herself down. "Playing tough. You're right. I do put on a strong face quite often. My time as an army officer would be a good example of it. My pride was unnecessarily high, and I was constantly frustrated by my inability to produce results." Satis removed her glasses in slow motion, and wiped off the faint dirt on her lenses. Closing her eyes and talking as if she was looking back on her past, she put her glasses back on, and opened her eyelids to reveal her eyes full of light. Hey, now you lament your past? How foolish. Are you planning to make it your testament? Orc King. Satis, what are you? Sito suddenly stopped moving. He could feel something much like a strong will coming from her back. Sito's heart was shaken by that little something that felt noble and different from what he usually saw in her. "Sito, please stand back. Because starting now, I'm going to use my trump card." Satis. "Your trump card? But it's still magic, isn't it? Can you bypass those items on his left hand with it?" Sito. "I think I can. In the past, I'm sure my pride would have prevented me from using it. But now, I can pull it off. If I can use it to protect you, Sito, then I will put everything I have into it and then some." Satis. Sito could not say anything in response to Satis' powerful words. However, considering what a bad matchup the Orc King was for her, Sito still thought it would be better for him to join the battle as well. At that moment, Jim, who had been silent until now, called out to him from behind. "Sito, what are you doing? Hurry and pull back, Jim." But, Sito. "No arguing. Commande, Jim." Jim said so and beckoned him while taking a few steps back herself to make space for him. Sito followed her lead. "Say, Jim." Sito. "Jim. Is there nothing I can do?" "Can't I do anything at all for Satis, Sito?" "Right now, you gotta believe in her." A woman's resolve to protect someone is much stronger than a man's mind-boggling strength. After all, Jim. Jim smacked Sito's shoulder. As she said that, Sito lowered his gaze and remained silent. And although keeping his distance from Satis made him feel restless, he would watch over her fight. "What's bugging you? You're unexpectedly cynic, Jim. It's just that the thought that Satis might get hurt makes my heart ache." Sito. "You may be a kid, but you're still in the sword-wielding business, so what are you getting all that nervous for? So keep your head up and stand proud, Jim." After getting an earful from Jim, Sito decided to watch over Satis in silence. What Satis called her trump card would put an end to this fight. The wind blew between the Orc King and Satis, as the beautiful sound of it echoed in their eardrums. The Orc King exuded even more bloodlust, while Satis, on the other hand, grew even more composed than usual. "I promise you at least a beautiful, glorious death. The wind of this land will be just right for a requiem, Orc King." "No, you're the one who's going to die, Satis." Satis quietly needed her mana for her most powerful spell, which was originally intended for the destruction of the hero's party, the seventh heaven. "Let the show begin, Satis." Chapter 57, The Great Spell, Seventh Heaven. Chapter 57, The Great Spell, Seventh Heaven. Satis activated her trump card, the Seventh Heaven. An incomparable amount of mana spread over the sky and the land. What the hell are you? Orc King. The Orc King looked up at the sky in dismay. Satis, who was still standing, gave him a condescending look and clenched her fists. And the next moment, Satis, she said something. However, no one present in the area could understand her. Her incomprehensible language and pronunciation, which sounded as if she was speaking at high speed, lingered in their ears. Immediately after, the Orc King screamed in disarray at the astonishing phenomenon. The giant axe he was holding suddenly shattered into pieces. What? Orc King. In the blink of an eye, Satis, whom he thought was still a few meters away from him, had snuck close to his chest area, and shattered his axe with her fist filled with mana. Satis. Then she followed by saying something more. However, she spoke too fast for anyone to understand. Right after the Orc King tried to register her voice, Satis was already gone, and had moved behind him to attack with her magic flames. Losing his axe had left her foe in shock. Regardless, his body had already taken a direct hit from her magic flames, causing it to burn in a raging blaze. Everything happened so fast. Satis' every move happened at such an unbelievable speed. Neither his perception nor his abilities allowed him to keep up with her. What the hell is this magic? Orc King. The Orc King pondered while taking damage. Satis moved way too fast, as if time was speeding up just for her. Don't tell me this is speed enhancing magic, a spell that speeds everything up, whether it's motion speed or mana needing speed. Orc King. Of course, Sito, who was watching from afar, was thinking the same thing. He could not help but be astonished by Satis' overly fast movement. My speed has gone up in everything I do. That's probably what everybody believes. But what I'm actually doing is not exactly that. Satis. As she mentioned that in her mind, Satis casted all sorts of spells on the Orc King while circling around him. Unlike earlier, the latter was unable to react at all, and was hit by all of her attacks. Even if he tried to use the nullification items on his left hand, he could not react in time since she was changing elemental attributes so quickly. Whenever he wanted to nullify a certain attribute, the attack of said attribute would already hit him before he could, then his opponent would move on to another attribute, and so on. His processing ability was too low for him to keep up. Why can't I keep up? Why is it that everything I try just fails? Orc King. The Orc King was completely unable to resist as he suffered all of her attacks, but he still managed to stand through it all thanks to his high physical strength and defense. While glaring at him, Satis moved behind the Orc King again. Enhanced speed? No, that's not what I'm using at all. Rather, it's the opposite. This trump card of mine, the Seventh Heaven, is a powerful spell that slows down the speed of time to the utmost limit, with me acting as its base. Satis. Her Seventh Heaven spell was a time manipulation type of great magic. The closer one was to her, the more the flow of time in the world slowed down for them, and save for the spellcaster, no one could discern or realize it with their senses or abilities. It looked as if anyone other than her was moving normally, but from Satis' point of view, every moment of it seemed to be in slow motion, as if it took place over several hours, and to all those who watched her move, she appeared to be moving at blinding speed. Even if this is a technique that's considered extreme speed in the normal flow of time, when I'm in Seventh Heaven time, everything except me looks sluggish. This is truly a phenomenal magic that rejects the very concept of God and the entire world. Even a brief moment of thinking time might as well be a standstill in my eyes. Satis. The flowing wind, the flower petals riding on it. The clouds of dust and the sharp rock fragments scattered by the explosions, and even the momentary nullification of her attack, everything shifted into a super slow world, to the point that even a brief occurrence felt like an event that took several hours to happen due to her magic. Satis, who was still able to move and react as usual in the midst of all this, noticed that the Orc King was up to something. He held up his left hand again, and this time he was about to empower the transparent gemstone. "I don't know what kind of spell you're using, but I bet it's a non-elemental one. Did you think I would omit to take countermeasures against that, too? I'll nullify it in a second." "A second?" Orc King. After saying that, he prepared to activate his item. However, Satis had already taken action, and was moving on to it right after attacking. Good grief. The slow motion makes his speech too slow for me to understand, but I can guess most of it. He's trying to nullify non-elemental magic, isn't he? Then I just need to do one simple thing. Satis. She stored mana in her index finger, and fired several sharp heat rays from it. Her aim was accurate, and she shot out one gemstone after another. My body senses are telling me that the time limit of 7th heaven is roughly 3 minutes. I have to end this soon. Satis. Suddenly, Satis shot a glance at Sito. He was bewildered by her spell, but his eyes were sparkling. Sito was once again impressed to see how amazing Satis was. On top of that, he was standing there full of pride, and watching over her battle. That radiance. Yes, it's the same radiance that has been guiding me up to this point. Me, who had nothing but my ridiculously high pride. And after all of it was crushed to pieces, the one who showed me the way forward with everything he had was Satis. A slow but gentle breeze caressed Satis' face. As she felt the softness and coolness of it, her eyes carried the same glow as his. "Okay, only a few seconds left. Prepare yourself." Satis. At the sight of his gemstones shattering and the shards flying around, the Orc King dropped his jaw in shock like a dunce. Satis. Satis concentrated her mana into both of her palms, and when she released it all at once, countless magic flame bullets were shot and flew towards the Orc King. Orc King. Without even understanding what was happening, his entire body was hit by a volley of magic flames. His body build made him an easy target to begin with. As all the bullets struck him directly, the Orc King's body was scorched by the high heat, with his face contorted with fear as he melted. This can't be happening. Where did I go wrong? What caused me to lose? This can't be. All of my decisions were supposed to be rigged. Orc King. In the end, he screamed with his final breath, and exploded along with the magic flames. At that same moment, the effects of 7th heaven wore off. Time returned to its normal flow, and Satis was a little off balance due to the airflow, which had been feeling so slow until now, blowing at once. Normally, this wind would have been nothing to worry about, but it was a little too strong for Satis, who had consumed an enormous amount of mana to use 7th heaven and the various magic spells that followed during that time. She slumped down on the spot, her body trembling. She was out of breath, and Sito came running to her. Satis. "Hey, are you okay?" Sito. "Ahaha, that was the first time I actually gave it my all." Satis. "You did a great job. You really are amazing." Satis. Sito. After the battle was over, they decided to rest until Satis could move again. She told Sito and Chim that they could all take a little break since the city was just around the corner. Satis survived her ordeal. She rested with her eyes closed as if meditating next to Sito, feeling proud of walking the path she believed was the right one to take. Chapter 58, Sebek's Love Dyes the Earth. Chapter 58, Sebek's Love Dyes the Earth. In a deserted wasteland, far away from the city of Alain Donna, the Demon King's army, which had been defeated in its eponymous battle and driven away, was still on a losing streak. Having lost their commander, every single one of those soldiers were wounded, and about to return to the Demon King's castle in their territory. They were dragging their own bodies with grim and gloomy looks on their faces, and avoiding places where Wendigos were expected to appear, including the Wendigo forest. Some of them started collapsing halfway down the road, and eventually, there were only a handful of them left. In the midst of all this, Sebek was humming and sporting a faint smile while walking beside Goburoku, who was covered in wounds. Although it was only half of him, he had still partially become a demon, so his self-healing ability worked fast. Furthermore, he did not sustain that much damage, so he had trouble recovering instantly. "You really look like you're enjoying yourself. When we get back, the first thing His Majesty will do is the military purge, you know. Look around you. They all look like criminals about to face their own execution. Although in your case, you're sort of getting special treatment despite being a grunt. So I don't think you'll have to worry about being purged." Goburoku. At that moment, Goburoku was feeling a bit envious of Sebek. Unlike the goblin, who was only following him as a supervisor, Sebek possessed the kind of strength even the Demon King was afraid of, and although he was supposed to be at the bottom of the hierarchy, there was a certain air to him that did not give you that impression at all. Goburoku, who could only follow behind him, felt miserable when comparing himself to him. Of course, even though he knew in theory that this was an ugly feeling, his heart told him otherwise. However, even though he was clearly sulking about it, Sebek showed no concern about it at all. He laughed eerily while talking about unrelated matters. "Hey Goburoku, about Satoshi, I wonder if he has a favorite, rival, or something." Sebek, huh? Goburoku. "Well, I was just thinking that I'd be happy if it were me." Sebek. He was rolling his eyes with a wide grin on his face, and indulging in his warped fantasy. Perhaps he was unable to forget that time he met that boy Sito and crossed swords with him on the battlefield, but his body would quiver with excitement sometimes. This feeling, yes, it's the one. I've finally found him. My very own archenemy, just like me and just for me. And I'm sure he wants to kill me too. He must be hungry for another fight with me right now, just like me. That means we're meant for each other. Phew. Sebek. Goburoku was speechless as Sebek stared blankly into the void with a look of ecstasy on his face. Just for this moment, being so close to Sebek was sending a shiver down his spine. He. Satoshi play with me He. Sebek. What did fighting mean to Sebek? The question of finding out which one of them was stronger was a given, but even more importantly, the main point for him was to see how hungry each of them was for a fight with the other. It was only then that Sebek could feel the fire of life. Hence, he kept himself in a constant state of hunger, and he did not omit to improve himself for this purpose. Although it was hard to tell from his expressions, attitude, conduct and speech, when confronted with a strong enemy, Sebek would rapidly become hungry. In other words, he would insatiably crave for a fight. Sebek sincerely loved those moments. As long as he could experience that feeling, he did not even care if he lost. It was precisely because he knew the taste of a battle between hungry people that Sebek harbored a deep craving for it. He joined the Demon King's army so that he would have no shortage of reasons to fight. And he never had an ounce of loyalty to the Demon King from the beginning. And even though he had discarded his humanity and acquired a strong body, he kept seeking such battles. "You really never think of anything but fighting, huh?" Goburoku. "Damn right. But you know, I'm a little disillusioned with the Demon King's army. I just thought it'd be a gathering of nothing but monsters thirsty for blood and carnage, but there's a surprising number of intellectuals and conservative folks in it. Feels a bit too constrained to rise up in it by force alone. Oh well, I guess it's not my problem anymore." Sebek. Licking his lips, Sebek was on his way to the Demon King's territory. However, the monsters in front of him screamed in terror and stopped. An army of humans appeared up ahead. They were courageously marching toward the Demon King's army while playing epic music, intending to eliminate every last one of the remaining monsters. Eek! Humans, Monster A. How are we gonna get past this many of them? Monster B. Don't falter. We are the soldiers of the great Demon King. Muster your strength. We will break through them. Monster C. For the Demon King's army, this was adding insult to their injuries. It was obvious that they had no chance of winning. Yet, even in this situation, Sebek's face contorted into a gleeful expression. His body, burning with excitement, was urging him to fight. Hey, I like that. They look like a bunch of small fry, But it's just what I need to cool down this fire in my chest. Sebek. He drew his magic sword out of its dimensional pocket with the same vigor as a samurai. Sebek was sensitive to the bundle of mania that came from the humans along with the rumbling of the earth. Then, he charged at the humans faster than any of the monsters, while overflowing with joy. He had a smile that even Goburoku, who had been by his side from the beginning, had never seen before. Just you wait, Satochi. Next time we meet, I'll be stronger. You can count on it. Sebek. Sebek dispatched the lives of countless soldiers in the blink of an eye with his swordsmanship. In spite of his frenzied fighting spirit, he was able to easily handle a large number of opponents with a single sword strike that did not leave any space for wasteful movements. From those soldiers' perspective, his swordsmanship was so monstrous it was as if they were witnessing magic or something. Even with the long range provided by their spears, he managed to sneak past them to reach their torso in a flash, and chop their heads off. Ha 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 ha. Sebek. As the monsters were taken down one after another, Sebek laughed over his own pile of corpses and pool of blood. Everybody around him was horrified by the astounding battle prowess he took pride in without even unleashing the power of Apophis. Unlike ordinary humans, magic swordsmen tended to possess great fighting abilities from the start. However, this man's combat skills were in the realm of far surpassing that common knowledge. He's a devil. He's nothing if not the devil from the historical tales spun by humans and monsters. Goburoku muttered to himself. He was unconsciously mesmerized by Sebek's swordsmanship, which was now more precise than ever. One large bird in the sky screeched, as if mocking the sorry state of the battlefield. It was a scavenging bird, who was impatiently waiting for Sebek to finish turning the humans into corpses. And just as it had anticipated, the wasteland-turned-battlefield was now transformed into the best feeding ground for it. The human army lost most of its troops to Sebek alone and retreated. As for the Demon King's army, only 2 soldiers remained. Sebek, and the one who struggled to keep up with him, Goburoku. Chapter 59. The hero Reed arrived in town, but his mind was now in tatters. Chapter 59. The hero Reed arrived in town, but his mind was now in tatters. One day, at dusk, Reed, who was now all alone, had arrived at a small town in the carriage he had stolen. Even in this small town, people easily recognized him as the hero. The town folks looked at him with both admiration and sympathy, since he was still continuing his journey even though he was now by himself. They welcomed him as he looked tired and emaciated, and the mayor invited him to stay in one of the beautiful rooms of his mansion. Everybody wanted to meet the hero, but the man himself refused all visitors. He closed all the room windows, stayed holed up in the dark, and sat on the sofa in a state of physical and mental disarray, shivering as if he was afraid of something. I didn't do anything wrong. I'm not the bad guy, Reed, as he kept gloomily muttering to himself. He heard a creaking sound on the sofa across from the one he was sitting on. A man with his long legs crossed, and both of his hands intertwined above his lap, suddenly appeared in front of him. You seem to be having quite the mental breakdown. The candles casted a dim light on the silhouette of the owner of that voice. A voice Reed was familiar with. It belonged to McLean, the very same monk who had traveled with him as a member of the hero's party. What the but you're supposed to be dead, Reed. I guess so. But shouldn't you be more concerned about your current state rather than my existence? McLean. This was a hallucination. It was the very last bit of the conscience of Reed himself, which resided in the head of the mentally ill hero, in the form of McLean. His tone was so casual that one would never believe those words came from him, and if anything, this new McLean sounded more friendly. However, as he was now, Reed did not have the composure to notice that kind of triviality. McLean raised the corners of his mouth to show a gentle smile, and gazed at Reed, who was still trembling. He stood up quietly, walked in a circle around him and addressed him as the dry sound of his footsteps resounded in the room. You've been giving your all as the hero so far, always living your life as a model of virtue, but because of the choices you've made, you're now headed to a disastrous direction. McLean. That's not true. My quest, my journey to defeat the Demon King has never gone more perfectly. That's right. That was just an accident. What happened back then was nothing more than a casualty. Reed stood up vigorously and spoke to the hallucination, his eyes shaking violently. He was breathing heavily, and his expression was so ghastly he looked as if he was about to throw up and empty his own stomach on the spot at any moment. So you're just going to write everything off as a casualty, aren't you? Well, what did they do to deserve this? Just what in the world did they do for you to punish them so? Tell me, Reed. Why the hell did they have to die by yours and Angelica's hands? McLean asked while gradually raising his voice. In response, Reed began to step back with a frightened look on his face. Enough. Stay away. You're just a hallucination. You're not real. You died. Don't talk to me. That's how you're trying to control me, right? Well? Reed. Don't get me wrong, Reed. I want to help you. I want to save you from this quagmire of a situation. As you are now, you're no better than a monster. The only way for you to become a decent human being again is to listen to me. McLean. Shut up. I've been a decent man from day one. I had no choice but to do what I did. It wasn't my fault. It was the fault of everybody else for going against my ideals. Quit trying to put the blame on me, you imposter. Reed, I don't think you realize what kind of situation you're in right now. Think back on it. What were your initial thoughts when you embarked on this journey? Well, and what state of mind were you in when you banished Ceto and Hydra? You need to re-examine yourself properly and calmly. McLean. Shut up. Shut your trap. Leave me alone. Go away. Reed went mad, moving his hands over his head as if scratching it. His wobbly feet loudly hit the table and sofa. Then he sat down again while muttering to himself, as if talking in delirium. With the sound of footsteps resounding in the room, McLean approached him and let out a sigh. You have no choice but to follow my orders. McLean. As if I'd ever obey you. You goddamn evil spirit. Go away. Begone. You're dead. You're an illusion, Reed. If you don't listen to me, you'll be headed to a fate full of loneliness and despair, even more horrible than death. Remember, you were trusted and loved. Did you see the people in this town? Did you? They all love you. And yet, what do? You go into your own shell. Have you ever once considered what would be waiting for you after you and Angelica killed all those innocent people? If you have even the slightest desire to atone for that, now's the time to start over. McLean. Screw you. I didn't do anything wrong. My journey is going well. Oh, I get it now. Okay. Yes, there's nothing wrong with me at all. What I'll find at the end of my journey is the peace and freedom everybody wants. I am justice. I won't lose to some petty hardship. Reed's spirit was on the road to total destruction due to opposing his conscience in the form of McLean. His eerie laughter echoed in the dark room, dimly lit by candles. Before long, McLean had disappeared. Reed was grinning at the darkness with a smile that could not have been more wicked, as if to say that he had successfully resisted the devil's temptation. He was unaware that in the midst of all this, a tragedy had once again begun to set its wheels in motion. In a different location, a few of the town's citizens moved the carriage that supposedly belonged to the hero to a large place where they could park it. It was then that they noticed something. Hey, Citizen A. What? Citizen B. The hero's carriage. Isn't it supposed to be the latest model designed by the craftsman of the kingdom? Don't you think this one's a bit too old? Citizen A. Now that you mention it, it is. No matter how tough his journey must have been, it shouldn't be this worn out. It looks as if it's been used for decades. Citizen B. As they had that conversation, they stopped the carriage. They let the horses pulling it rest, and just as they were about to leave this place with the feeling that they had finished their job, they saw something. Wait. That insignia, Citizen A. What's wrong? Citizen B. Well, it's just that there's a crest on the back of this carriage, Citizen A. After both town folks took a closer look at that crest, they realized something. Say, doesn't this carriage belong to a trading company? I remember seeing some of their merchants use this insignia, Citizen A. You're right. Why is the great hero traveling in a merchant's carriage? Citizen B. At that moment, the two citizens headed back, thinking that the hero must have had his own reasons, but little did they know that this little confusion would later turn into a major suspicion. Chapter 60, The Hero Read, as a shadow of his former self. Chapter 60, The Hero Read, as a shadow of his former self. That night, a most unbearable incident took place. The mayor's daughter was murdered by the hero Reed. It all began back at dinner time, when she went to call him out of his room. She had been enamored with the hero ever since she heard about him and his party setting out on a journey to defeat the Demon King. After spending several days imagining what sort of man he was, her wish finally came true. Her heart bursted with love at the sight of the hero Reed fighting to the bitter end. Even though he was alone and battered, it was normally a servant's job to come to his room and call him for dinner. But she deliberately took on that role. She was not the most beautiful woman in the world, but she was still attractive and confident in her own body. She was at the thought of how lucky she would be if she could use this opportunity to get even closer to the hero. Great hero? Excuse me, great hero? Dinner is ready. Please let me take you there. Mayor's daughter, looking nervous, she knocked on his door and called out to him. But the man gave no response. Not only that, but she could hear something like a mumbling curse coming from inside his room. A series of inaudible and malicious short words leaked through the doorway. What's going on? Mayor's daughter. A chilling sensation ran through her, her breathing short and uneven. She turned the doorknob, and the door opened without resistance. Gee! Great hero. Dinner is ready, Mayor's daughter. With a crack of the hinges, the corridor light shone into the room, but the hero Reed was nowhere to be seen. She began to feel even more uneasy in this eerily quiet, foreign space. Great hero. Where are you? Your meal is, Mayor's daughter. It all happened right after that. Something dripped onto her feet. She looked up in horror, and what she saw was the hero skillfully clinging to the ceiling. He was holding his weapon, a sword, between his teeth, showing his gums, and with his eyes wide open. Mayor's daughter, seeing the man she had been dreaming about with such an indescribable look on his face, made her yell without thinking. In the next instant, he swung his sword as he landed on the floor, and a geyser of blood spurted from her neck, soaking the whole room. The resting room was immediately turned into a hellish bloodbath. Huff, huff. Damn you, evil spirit. Reed. He mounted the body of the woman on the floor, and tore off her clothes as if he was searching for a monster's weak point. He then swung down his sword multiple times at her exposed skin. Like juice leaking from the skin of a fruit, her blood splattered out of her chest and into the floor. What the hell are you doing? Stop. Cease that. McLean. Huff. There. Evil spirit. Where did that evil spirit who took the form of Angelica and kept hurling slander at me go? Reed. Reed came back to his senses when he suddenly heard McLean's voice. He calmly witnessed what he had done. An innocent woman died, with her lifeless eyes staring at him, and a look on her face that could be taken as either despair or anger. Her life was senselessly brought to an end because of the hero Reed. This is the result of your actions. She was simply worried about you. And yet you trampled on her goodwill. McLean. No. You're wrong. This was just some kind of accident. Reed. You call this an accident? McLean. The hallucinogenic McLean stood in front of Reed, with the sound of his footsteps echoing wildly, with his face full of anger. The priest was staring straight at Reed, who was mentally worn out. Have you come this far as the hero just so you could do this? Well? McLean. No, this is a misunderstanding. What should I do? What should I do? Reed. Are you still trying to run from the consequences this late in the game? You imbecile. I guess this is the end of that righteousness of yours. When will you finally learn from your own stupidity? McLean. As McLean yelled at him, Reed leapt away from the mayor's daughter and curled up against the wall, shivering. But even then, McLean was relentlessly admonishing him. You're gravely mistaken about yourself. That righteousness you've been fostering so far, was it truly mature and lawful enough to be considered just? Well, you rejected your environment and the people you couldn't deal with, and because you never got your way, you deluded yourself into thinking you were just. Am I right? McLean. No. I'm fighting for the world. I swear. Read. And since when does fighting for world mean killing an innocent person? You need to understand. At this rate, you will never be the same again. I wanted to help you. Believe me. McLean observed the girl as she died, with Reed freezing and shivering beside her. Because the hero's room and the place where the rest of the residents were located were far apart, no one was aware of the chaos that took place yet. After offering his prayers for the tragic death of that girl under those circumstances, McLean walked over to Reed. Put down your sword, Reed, and go confess your sins. This is the only path left for you. Give up your life as the hero, and spend it in atonement. Perhaps a terrible condemnation awaits you. You will inevitably be incriminated for that, but you have to take this thorny path. Come on, take my hand. Then let's go, McLean. McLean crouched down to make eye contact with Reed, and gently extended his hand to him. He was no longer giving him a look of anger, but one of pity. Reed stopped shaking, and his breathing was now more even. However, this was only to mark the very beginning of an unimaginable course of action. Reed, what the hell are you thinking? Stop that. McLean. Suddenly, McLean started looking glitchy, and his very existence was fading away. The McLean in this room was a hallucination from Reed's mind, and the very last bit of conscience in him, modeled after the priest. And Reed was in complete denial of its existence. Even if it was a hallucination, he had a large influence on it. Atonement? What are you talking about? I didn't do anything wrong. You always run into difficulties on adventures. But there's nothing I can't handle, Reed. Reed, don't do anything rash. If you erase me, there'll be no turning back for you. Ever again. McLean. Oh, shut up. I'm fighting for the sake of justice, and for the world. I can't let this little setback stop me when I've come this far. I'll take care of the rest somehow. Now get lost, Reed. The moment he said those words, McLean screamed in agony and vanished. A feeling similar to exhilaration permeated in Reed. Phew. I'm worn out. That's right. I'm the hero, the savior of the world. I can't stop in my tracks just over one single insignificant death, for God's sake. Right. I gotta hide this girl, Reed. Reed turned his dark eyes towards the corpse of the girl and walked over to it. First, he sewed up her wounds with his own magic, then he cast an anti-decaying spell on it. Afterwards, he took the body, which looked as good as new like nothing happened, and hid it in a closet. Next, he took out a magic potion he found in his carriage from his pocket, and wiped up the blood splattered on the floor and walls. It did not completely remove the stains, but if he did not let anyone enter the room, then surely no one would notice. Well, my clothes got dirty, but if I clean them up with some chemicals, that should do it. Now, time to enjoy a delicious dinner, Reed. Saying that, Reed showed up at the dinner table as if nothing had happened. Sorry for being late, everyone. The lady of the house? Oh. Well, she went outside right after calling out to me. She said there was something she wanted to show me, so she went to fetch it. Reed. Yes, she insisted that we eat ahead of her. Then let's take her up on her offer and eat. My scent? Well, I just sprayed myself with a bit of magic drug. After all, since I've accepted your hospitality, I have to follow the right etiquette. Yes, now then. I'm digging in, Reed.